friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Paleveda joining us from Delhi, North Carolina. Good morning, Nick. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. And as usual, we have a great economics lineup for the day. Please brief our viewers what is the lineup and what are the topics to discuss today.
Well, the lineup today is very extensive. As we know, Economics Monday is one of our most favorite shows or popular shows around the world. And we say good morning to the United States, good evening to the people in India, right, Ankit? Because it's not morning over there. And we're gonna start off this morning with, of course, Bill Trezevant's Washington report. So we'll know what's happening in the Tower of Power, Washington, D.C. Then we're going to discuss later on individual investing. Peter Bennet will be joining us, who's an attorney and from Greenwich, Connecticut, and also does a lot of individual investing. We have a special guest from Perth, Australia, Shakeel Latimer, who is a professional money manager. We're going to be discussing Exxon Mobil being pulled out of the Dow. Sasha Starr, who runs Investing Wednesday on the IBM TV network. Modern Investing will be joining us later on today, along with Kim Calhoun, the Board of Advisors, North Carolina State University, and Jeff Brown, the Dean of the University of Illinois Business School. We're all going to be discussing the coronavirus situation in education, because there's been some changes there. Ted Snyder from Yale sends his regrets. He's getting ready for a class, so he's not going to be able to join us. Sharif Arena, who heads up our economics, Sharif is going to be joining us also later on today with Holmes Stoner, the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce, which we're going to discuss World Peace Day and IBM TV sponsorship of the World Peace Day, which is September 21st, 2020. Then around noon Eastern time, probably midnight Malaysia time, we're going to have David K. Johnson, our Pulitzer Prize winner, beams in to give us a discussion about American politics, along with Bill Trezevant, who hopefully will be there. Then we're going to have tax issues being discussed with Blake Christian, who's the managing partner of Horst, Carlin and Van Tryke, a 700-person CPA firm, one of the biggest CPA firms in the United States, will be joining us, along with Professor Beckett Cantley he actually teaches at John Marshall Law School, and he's going to talk about some of the tax planning strategies, along with Jim Power, a CPA, and hopefully we'll get Max Culiet, a certified financial planner. Then we're going to finish up with the day with Anita Gawasky and Alberto Raymond. I'm messing up their names. 5G and the economy, which is going to be a very important topic. So that's the rundown. It's going to be a huge lineup today. It always is on Economics Monday. And later on this week, for people that are on IBM TV, get ready for Timur Garav, who's the world champion in blindfold chess, is going to be joining us. 48 games, simultaneous blindfold. He set the record in Las Vegas in 2016. He'll be on IBM TV with Rick Rosner, who actually has the highest IQ in the world, or at least set the record of one of the highest IQs in the world. He's going to be joining us on Thursday. So we've got a big lineup going on, but maybe we should move on to our Washington report. Let's see what's going on in Washington, D.C.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. Continued protests and violence in the wake of the Jacob Blake shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin, as well as the violence in Portland, Oregon, are being politicized by the Republicans as proof of the need for Donald Trump's law and order platform. The Republicans argue that this is what the nation will become under a Biden administration. In contrast, the Democrats accuse Trump of fanning the fears of Americans and stoking the flames of unrest and division as the cause of this violence. Moreover, Democrats argue that this is the nation that Trump has created, and the COVID-19 deaths are the direct result of Trump's mishandling of the pandemic. Trump plans to visit Kenosha, Wisconsin on Tuesday over the objections of the governor of Wisconsin and the state's attorney general. For his part, Joe Biden will be in Pittsburgh today to address the nationwide protests. There are 64 days left before the election on November 3rd. Next, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, in a letter to Congress stated that the military will not interfere in the upcoming presidential election. General Milley wrote, quote, "In the event of a dispute over some aspect of the elections, By law, U.S. courts and the U.S. Congress are required to resolve any disputes, not the military. In a separate but unusual development, the Director of National Intelligence sent a letter to Congress stating that the agency will no longer provide in-person testimony to House and Senate committees on election security matters due to leaks. Instead, the committee will provide a written report. In other news, the comprehensive COVID-19 relief package negotiations have inched forward. Republicans have moved off their initial offer of $1 trillion to a new offer of $1.3 trillion. Democrats have rejected the offer, holding firm to their compromise offer of $2.2 trillion. In addition, both sides have begun discussions on the plethora of looming funding bills necessary and critical to stave off a government shutdown weeks before the election on November 3rd. Separately, senior advisors to Joe Biden are considering an immediate $1 trillion stimulus bill in January as a precursor to a larger $3 trillion, quote, Build Back Better economic stimulus plan. In our post office update, there's been no movement on the $25 billion emergency funding bill passed by the House. Finally, the current COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins University is over 183,068 American souls lost, with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, August 31st, 2020. From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant.
Boy, that sounded uplifting. Wow, what positive things are going on around the world. Boy, I always like that Monday, Economics Monday, and listening to the Washington Report to find out all the good progress that we're making. So the thing is, since we can't kill the message, let's kill the messenger. Oh, there he is, Bill Trezevant. Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
And good evening. Yes, right. I mean, the thing is, I always listen to your report because I'm looking for all the good stuff that's taking place here in the United States of America and the Tower of Power of Washington, D.C. And Bill, I'm having a big problem with it. There's no positive message. I mean, what's going on that we can tell everybody that, hey, look, we're moving forward with something?
Okay, well, the positive news is that we're 64 days out of the election. So in 64 days, we should have a brighter outlook either way.
Okay.
But unfortunately, Nick, and I certainly understand that, the idea, though, is that we're in the mudslinging portion of this campaign right now. And so most of the news coming out of Washington is going to be negative. The sides are taking positions. However, the nugget or the silver lining of hope is that the parties are inching forward on the comprehensive COVID relief package. You remember, it was only last week that it was dead in the legislative process in the Senate. And then the Republicans have sought to restart the negotiations. Yeah. So that's positive, Nick. And, hello, and I like you. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I'm glad I get to listen to the mud for 5 minutes, because then after that, I don't want to listen to it for 3 hours, which I could listen to on major media. Oh, let's see. Speaking of major media, we got a major player from Australia. Good day, mate.
Good morning.
Good morning. Really? What time is it over there in Sydney?
It's 10 past midnight.
Seriously?
It is.
Okay. 10 past midnight. I did not know that. Okay, so Malaysia runs completely, opposite of us. Okay, so it's like 10 after 10. So I figured that was the time in Sydney. So it's really 10 after midnight. So what day is it over there? Are you in September?
Oh, no, we're ahead of you.
We're what?
We're ahead of you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we're the first in the world to see the night and the sun.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the thing is, so Bill, when you do this, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good night, you're doing the right thing. Okay, because Shakeel is going to sleep very shortly because it's midnight over there. But Shakeel, since you're a professional money manager, how do you do this when Wall Street just opened up about an hour ago, which I guess would be 11 o'clock your time? How do you do do you work like graveyard shifts all the time? Is that what you do over there?
But yeah, pretty much. But remember, I'm sort of COVIDed at the moment, so I don't really live here. And this is one of the reasons why I'm not in Australia that much, because they're horrible hours to do. But I think, when if you get into trading, and that's what you want to do as a career, even if you work for a big bank or something like that, it's not all just glamour and nice cars and all that sort of stuff like you see in the movies. You've got to actually work across several different time zones. So for me, I have to work quite closely with the Asian time zones, which is pretty much Perth's daytime, so 2 hours behind us, as well as working the US and European markets. So it's a pretty hectic job sometimes.
Yeah. Do you live in Liechtenstein? Do you live over there, or Switzerland, or somewhere over there?
Yeah, so I have a Swiss residency permit, which I'll just sign and get finished, and that was my plan for 2020, was to make the big move to Switzerland. And
oh, really? Okay.
I'd come across the United States and was sort of had to come back because of COVID, and the Australian government had ordered all Australians back to Australia.
Right.
But it made sense because I actually have property here and I had somewhere to go as opposed to going back to the UK. So back to Australia I came, and I can't get back to Perth, so here I am in Sydney.
Oh, okay. Because, the NAPD conference, the World Conference for the National Association of Professional Television Executives, are in two places. One, Miami Beach at the Fontainebleau, which you've probably been to, but it's a great hotel. I used to live there. But anyway, the other place is actually at the Intercontinental in Budapest, which I was going to go to this year, and it's not too far from Switzerland. I already looked at the map, and because I was going to think, but it's a great event if you want to listen to all the media people discussing buying and selling media and stuff, and get immersed into all the media garbage, and not feel offended when you say, hey, I'm with IBM TV, and they go, do you have an appointment? No. Have a good day. Click. I mean, they just look. Listen, that happened more than once. I was going like, okay, and the thing is, they had no way to book appointments before. Maybe they did, and I just missed it. But it's a very interesting and humbling experience, and it's in Budapest. And I want to go next year. It's always in the summertime. June is, I think, the Miami Beach, and then July or something is the one in Budapest, because I want to go see Budapest. And I don't mind doors being slammed in my face as all if I can visit a nice city and hang out and eat good food.
Ornate doors that that are 400 years old. It's okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're ornate doors for and whang, slam in front of your face and all that other
so
stuff.
that you feel better when the door is closed behind you as you're leaving. Is that right?
Oh yeah, right. No, the thing is, I go, well, okay, that was a very interesting experience. But I remember that Facebook was there, Apple TV is launching. They had, of course, all the majors, ABC, CBS, NBC, and they all had booths there, Viacom. I mean, it's all the big people, the ones that you're supposed to kiss their rings as you walk in the door. You get used to it. It's kind of a humbling experience, So having an Australian contingent there would be very interesting, because Australia, where's that? Speaking of Australia, there's my mate, Willie Hill from Melbourne. How you doing, Mr. Willie? Yep, he runs the startup.
G'day,
Australia.
mate.
Yeah, good day. Yeah,
How you guys doing?
We're doing great.
How
I
you
found
guys
out from
doing?
Shakeel that it's past midnight over there. Is that right?
Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine. Or is it past midnight over in Australia, Willie?
I'm getting a wong.
Or you're getting some technical issues?
I'm getting a lag.
Oh, you're getting a lag. Okay.
A lag?
Yeah. Well, over here, the thing is, where I'm at, I've got 5G, and they're pressing 5G to be the wave of the future, wireless, but mine is Google Fiber, which is really super fast internet. So I feel pretty good about that.
Nick, isn't the push for 5G just another way that they can sell more telephones, brand new ones?
Oh yeah, of course.
The other ones obsolete.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're going to have a discussion on that later today on Economics Monday, because we have a couple experts in the 5G area, and their arguments are that it actually is faster, and in other words, it's broadband faster. And I've actually found out, because what they're doing is two types. One is fiber 5G, which is what I have, which is very high speed internet. Videos go through very quick. The other is wireless 5G, slower but faster than you have right now. Yes, Ankit, what do we got?
So I got a chance to test 5G last year when I was in Seoul, and the speed is like 1 gigabyte per second. And I tried 5G at the Seoul airport, and it was amazing. And I mean, in that country, I mean, either it's fiber or without fiber, the speed is remains same. But generally, when you are using wireless, there might be some stability issue that the connection is not stable as compared to the fiber connection. But 5G will be an amazing technology, and it will definitely add a lot of GDP to the economic growth of the world. That's what I believe so, because when you can do the work very fast, you can have a lot of things can be done at each point of time. So someone is sitting in Australia can do Dow Jones really quick. I mean, once 5G is there, I mean that's how 5G works around the world.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, well, Nick, I guess as a precursor to the rest of the panel discussion for the rest of this morning, and that's that the Biden plan that they're proposing, the $1 trillion immediate stimulus, and then the potential $3 trillion to invest in Build Back Better. They are looking to invest in infrastructure, and that would be the infrastructure that you're talking about, 5G, and I guess both fiber and wireless. Now, that, I guess the question would be for the rest of our panelists, what kind of impact would these expected stimulus programs have on the economy, both short-term and long-term, if we're looking at a package, at least immediately before the election, of around $1.5 trillion, and then another $1 trillion in January, and then potentially another $3 trillion thereafter in 2021. That's $5 trillion.
But by the way, that would be very favorable in terms of the economy. And all my bets holding cash, waiting for the crash, would be off. In other words, I'm not in the right position. My business partner, though, went to the market right at the low, like no kidding. But he manages, he's like Shakeel, but doesn't manage near the amount of money, but he manages a significant portfolio and threw it in the market. And I'm sitting there going the other way, putting everything in cash and saying, I'm going to hold on till everything. But let me tell you something about the 5G. Will it help IBM TV? The answer is yes, of course, because as the internet increases the speed and distribution, it allows people to get media through the World Wide Web, as opposed to have to go to cable or have to go to pay these outrageous fees to hook up to, I'm just going to use cable or whatever they have, satellite dish. And speaking of which, AT&T wants to dump their DirecTV. They just put it on the market. I'm going like, okay, well, it makes sense. So what happens, IBM TV becomes more valuable, whether they like it or not, and their assets become less valuable. But another thing that we have a sustainable competitive advantage is we can put on programs quicker, more efficient, and deliver at a lower cost. All bad for major TV. But if you look at what major TV, they really, unfortunately, technology has stripped them. Why they're sitting on their laurels. That's the reason we have to go to those NAPD meetings, because then you get to listen to them cry. Oh no, OTT's going to take us over. Oh no, what can we do? And the other problem is that you can move very quickly and have better programming. And speaking of better programming, this week we're going to have on IBM TV, Rick Rosner, who has the highest IQ in the world by some metrics. Actually, and you can go Google him, Rick Rosner, and he has his Wikipedia page, but I've known about him for years as having the highest IQ in the world scores. And we're also going to have Timur Garev, who actually has the world record. Go Google him too, Timur Garev, world record in blindfold chess. He played 48 people simultaneous blindfold in Las Vegas, Nevada in 2016 to set the record. Now, for those who want to challenge the record, no problem. All you have to do is about 50 blindfold simultaneous chess games. Now, what I want to do is P.T. Barnum. I want to bring them both in the same room. I am working on that. That's part of my evil plan. Okay, Rick, you got this. What's harder, getting the highest IQ test in the world or doing 50 blindfold chess games simultaneously?
I think to have that lidocaine patch.
Yeah, Jim
again.
will have to have the lidocaine cat patch on. But the thing is, Jim's going to conduct the first interview, and then Julian is going to do the second one. But I'm going to try to get Teamer to move over to the Thursday. So Jim's going to be doing Chess Without Borders. We're going to have that on. But when it comes to just that amount of money you're talking about spending, Bill,
yes.
Okay, $1 trillion. That's the entire economy of Australia.
Right.
In one bill, just being spent like a couple months. And that's what goes on over here. Now, my question is, Shakeel, and maybe when will the international community recognize that the United States government is just printing money? And when we print money, that means we can go out and buy Australia. Like, hey, why don't we just buy Australia? It's $1 trillion. We'll just buy the whole bloody country.
That's our GDP. That's not our country's net worth. So that's something very wise. A lot of people talk about the debt levels in the United States, for example, already at terribly high levels, and that's just talking about the federal debts, let alone all the state and county debt and that sort of stuff. But you also have to actually work out what's the value of the actual country itself. If you were to look at that, like what are the hard assets worth within that country?
Oh, so you're not going to sell Australia for $1 trillion? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're turning down the offer? We tried to buy Greenland,
Slightly more.
Shakeel, I would then move to the Democrats' offer of $2.2 trillion, and I don't see a bidding war for Australia amongst my colleagues here. So,
we'll let you have Victoria. You can have Victoria for $2.2 trillion. We don't really want them anymore, so you can have them. But we'll keep the rest of the country for ourselves.
Victoria, is that where my mate Willie Hill is in? Victoria?
That is where he is.
That's what I thought. I'm starting to learn the different states. Is that what you call those things, or are they called territories over in Australia?
We mostly have states, and we have a couple of territories. So we have the Northern Territory, which I don't want to bore you with Australian stuff, but technically speaking, in our constitution, it's the Northern Territory of South Australia. So it's the Northern Territory of the state of South Australia. There was a bit of a constitutional thing that happened a few years ago that's been ongoing, that they would like the Northern Territory to not be the Northern Territory of South Australia, but to actually be their own independent state. And for some reason, that hasn't happened. But Bill, that's politics. So you'll have to probably tell us a bit more about Australian politics as well. While when your election finishes over there, you can tell us what's going on over here.
Well, actually, I've been meaning to ask you this, and I know this is I'm completely in Nerdville right now, and so I rely on my fellow geeks around the world. But I found the other day on YouTube the Channel 2 local broadcast for Australia, and I have been watching it to try to get up to speed, because I was going to surprise both you and Willie one day by citing some local facts. So I'm sorry the surprise is now blown, but I am trying to, Shakeel, and you're absolutely right. We are global television broadcast media, and I'm working on it.
I think that's the really interesting thing, as well for us and even for New Zealanders. Although the New Zealand system can be like much different than our system here in Australia, there are some stark differences, but they are much closer to the Westminster system. So it's easier for, say, an Australian to understand what's going on in Canada. But when we look at the United States, the system is so different. Although it is kind of based on the Westminster system, it's deviated quite significantly away from it. Yeah. And so when we hear about what goes on in your Senate and your House of Representatives and things like that, it's so different to what we're used to seeing and what we understand, that we kind of go, oh, okay. And one of the things as well is it's actually compulsory to vote in Australia. You have to vote. So when I'm in the United States, I often think, why would you not vote? This is something that wars have been fought for. People have really fought to have the right to vote. But then I think, okay, well, why should you be forced to vote if you don't want to? But it's just a different, it's a different dynamic. We have to here, so it's you don't even think about it. That's something you have to do.
Wait a minute. You have to vote if you're an Australian?
You have to vote if you're in Australia.
You're kidding me.
And not just in your federal elections, but also in your state elections. So I actually got a fine a couple of years ago from the state of New South Wales, which is where Sydney is. I got a fine because I had not voted in the New South Wales state election. And it was as I was actually moving overseas. And so I rang the Electoral Commission for New South Wales and said, I've been changed on the federal electoral roll to New South Wales, but my state roll election, I only just voted in Western Australia. That's why I hadn't changed over to New South Wales. Otherwise, I would have voted in 2 different states. And they removed the fine, thankfully. But yeah, if you don't find, you get fined. Sorry, if you don't vote, you get fined.
Yeah, you know, we get very little information in the United States about Australia. And I went to, like I said, I did tour through Sydney, Brisbane, Perth, Cairns, Uluru, you know, as a tourist. So you see everything as a tourist, but you don't see things as if you live there. So when Willie Hill was describing to me early on that, hey, you know, we're running out of toilet paper down under, then it hit the United States. We did the same thing. But we get very little information about Australia here in the United States. So the whole system down under, you know, hardly even hits the radar here in the United States. So for those who've just joined us, we're almost at the half hour at IBM TV, speaking about an international group. We have Ankit Kandlewar from New Delhi, India, which we also get very little information. I always have to ask Ankit, what's going on in India? Because they don't talk about India here. Bill Trezevant, our lonely American from Washington, D.C. If I was to leave, you'd be the only American here, Bill. Think about that one.
That's true.
Totally underrepresented. Alexander Starr from Toronto, Canada, also has lived in Russia, so he kind of understands Russia. Spasiba, Alexander, for coming. Willie Hill, we're being dominated by Australia. Willie Hill from Melbourne, who also runs Startup Australia down under in Melbourne, which I found out the other day where Adelaide was. It's close by. That's all I know. Okay, and then Shakeel Latimer from Sydney, Australia, but really lives in Perth and Liechtenstein, Switzerland, but can't get back because he's trapped and does professional money management. So we have our professional money manager and our individual money manager, and we're here discussing Economics Monday. One very important topic I want to throw to the panel, Economics Monday, is the United States found out there was this company called TikTok. Okay, and everybody in China knows about TikTok, but the U.S. government is saying you got to sell it to a U.S. company. Now, I'm looking at from a legal standpoint, and China's saying, wait a minute, we have all these other regulations. Can a country force a private company to be sold to people of certain countries?
Well, you know.
We'll go to Bill.
Okay.
Bill's a lawyer. Give us your opinion.
Okay. Well, extremely briefly, the reporting on this issue has kind of been confusing. I mean, everybody is talking about it as if President Trump has the power to order a sale. Now, legally, normally, if he tried to do that, the government would have to go through a process of attempting to take private property. That's not what President Trump has threatened. What President Trump threatened with his executive order was simply this, that if TikTok remained in the hands of the Chinese in terms of operations and control, that he would then forbid U.S. businesses from doing business with TikTok. And then that's the incentive and that's the hammer or the knife hanging over TikTok, because if TikTok doesn't sell, then they will lose any and all American businesses as their customers. They could continue to maintain control and run as a Chinese organization, but they wouldn't have any American customers. And therein lies the rub. So the president says, if you do not sell, then you will not be doing business. That will impact their deadline. So that's a bit of an area. So Nick, the president just threatened to withhold customers unless it's sold.
Right.
But technically, no, they cannot order a private company to be sold. That is just beyond any authority.
Right. Yes, Ankit.
So this could be a legal aspect, what Bill mentioned, but what happened with TikTok is that TikTok has more users outside China who are using the platform. And you know that, I mean, wealth is always more important than the national capital money right now, because if you talk about Facebook, so Facebook might be a Silicon Valley company, but Facebook is for the world, and everyone in the world using Facebook. So likewise, TikTok, I mean, people who like those 15-second video, they are loving TikTok. They don't know what is LinkedIn. They don't know what is Snapchat, Facebook and all those stuff. They just enjoy TikTok. So to make sure that they remove the Chinese, integration or concern from TikTok, that's why they wanted to change the origin from China to some other country, and that's what talk is going on. In US, the talk is going on that American wants to buy it, and Trump is trying to, make sure that they control the company and all this stuff. In India, they are contacting to our billionaires like Mukesh Ambani and all those people to buy TikTok. And also there was a news that Walmart is also interested to buy TikTok. So there are a lot of things going around. And TikTok, one of the TikTok top, management guy, he resigned because of that. And then they're planning to maybe shift the origin from China to UK. But still there's a lot of discussion because they don't want to keep it as a Chinese company. And they have lost millions of subscribers in the past month or so. And they are losing money as of now. So they're just looking for makeshift possibility of how they can control and make sure that company will survive. Otherwise, TikTok technology is nothing new. And there are like 10, 15 competitors who already have signed up. And they already get a lot of millions of subscribers right now. So it's a war which is happening just because of the name. But if it goes like this, then TikTok will not be able to survive. And there are multiple companies will stand by that. So that's what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shakeel, do you have to put this into your equation when you're doing investing now, is to look at what happens if one country pressures another country to sell, a private company to sell their shares? Is that part of the calculus now? We can't hear you.
I didn't want you to hear what I had to say to that, actually. I think for me, I just sort of expect the unexpected, because it's very hard to in any environment, if you take any sort of economic era, there's always been those surprise things that happen during that era. And so, for me, I'm not as bothered personally with the funds that I manage and stuff like that. That's not how we trade, so we're not too worried about individual stuff. But we do look at the macro stuff. So the political aspects of it, of course, are very interesting. I don't know whether this is really because Donald Trump believes that TikTok causes some sort of real drama to the US economy, or whether it's more so just another way to have a crack at China, with the trade war. And of course, from an American perspective, of course, you guys are mostly focused on what the repercussions of that are between the US and China. But you also have to see the tailwinds that occur around the world. I mean, China's had an initiative called the Belt and Road Initiative, where they've put, I can't remember how much, but it's trillions of dollars, I believe, into improving trade with China and many, many other parts of the world. And whilst it worries me a little bit to see that much influence by one country, I think that, if the US to do that, they could have. I think if the UK, especially post-Brexit, want to do that and really shore up trade relations around the world, they could do that. And they've been left behind, I think, because I think the beautiful thing about a free society is that we do have, a political system where you have an opposition and you have the incumbent party. But in amongst that, what I have observed around the Western world is that they tend to just fight over absolute rubbish. And in the meantime, countries like China that don't really have a sort of two-party system, right? It's sort of like a one-party thing going on. Those countries are actually able to advance, and they're able to do so because there is no political opposition to what they do. So, that's an interesting thing to see. I would prefer to see countries like the UK and the United States do a lot better.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason when Bill says from dictatorships to democracies, I believe dictatorships are very efficient. But, because the thing is, they get things done.
Okay.
Provided you have the right dictatorship,
right.
You get it done. Where democracies are very inefficient. Look who has the biggest problems when it comes to COVID-19. America, democracy. India, democracy. Brazil, democracy. Very inefficient. And so, like it or not, it's
Nick, at the risk of sounding like our good friend who's not here, Jim Eads of the Eads Foundation, to channel him for a moment, I'm completely appalled that you would seek a dictatorship.
No, I'm talking efficiency. Okay, it has nothing to do with what I like, what I don't like, and I haven't seen any real studies on it. It's just empirical analysis that no matter how you look at it, a dictatorship is more efficient than a democracy in terms of getting things done. And even if you look at corporations, they're generally organized more on a dictatorship basis rather than a democracy basis. And they're more efficient in getting things done. Doesn't mean they're doing the right thing, doesn't mean they're doing the wrong thing. It has nothing to do with whether I believe it or not. It's just the thing is, they got a bad rap, obviously, because you've had a lot of bad.
If you have a free and well-educated population, that is a population that's difficult to govern. But it should be like that. You know, freedom and, you know, liberty, in my opinion, as somebody who's a very libertarian-oriented person, that is what you want in your society. And of course, that means that you're not going to be able to dictate to people how they live their lives. That's the whole point, is that people should be free to pursue the things in life that they think are going to make them happy, and really only be restrained if it's going to cause, you know, injury or cause damage to another person's life or another person's freedom. And I think Thomas Jefferson actually said something very similar, that government should be small and restrict man's ability to hurt one another, but otherwise leave them free to pursue their interests. I'm probably totally misquoting it, but it was something like that.
It's close enough for government work. And speaking about government work, well, we'll get to Ankit in a moment, but I want to bring in Russia and Belarus. They're protesting now every day for 21 days. Looks like all peaceful protests, but the guy who's the quote unquote the efficient dictator doesn't want to step down, and the protesters don't want to stop. Since Alexander, since you lived in that part of the world, what's the end game here for Belarus? I've looked at the game. I'm going, okay, trying to analyze the game, but I don't see the end game. What's the end game here, chess player?
Well, we just discussed that dictatorships are much more efficient at certain things, and coronavirus, for example, is one of those. So Lukashenko, as a dictator, he wants to save his people from coronavirus, and that's why he's staying at power. Once he will feel that his mission is done, then maybe, just maybe he'll step down. However, I'm not a strong believer into that scenario.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but he's 66 years old. I mean, what gets me about these people, okay, he's 66 years old. Has he thought about retiring, playing golf, playing tennis, going to the club, hanging out? What is the problem with dictators?
May I ask you one question? How old is Donald Trump?
He's in his 70s, but he does play golf, and from what I understand, he's retired now. Is that correct?
Not as old as his opponent, Biden.
Right? He's retired.
He's a young spring chicken compared to Biden, right? Biden's in his 80s.
Yeah, right. Well, he's like 70. I think we got a 78 and a 74-year-old running for election. Apparently, we have no. Okay, listen. Here's the problem, Shakeel. We have no young talent in America. Just doesn't exist. Okay, so we have to pick on our elders to move the country wherever it's going to move. But you know, at a certain point in time, why don't these people bloody retire? Go play golf, go play tennis, hang out at the club. You know, I don't get it. Maybe there's this drive to power, and it seems to be with all that it must be addictive. It must be addictive.
Yes, power is very addictive. And I remember I was telling you a story that I had a slave for 1 month, and when it was all over, I was missing the time when I was a slave owner, and you know, the life is not so great after all. However, by the way, Nick, when you mentioned these countries like Brazil, United States, where there is a democracy, however, they're not very efficient in fighting coronavirus. I want to mention you, there is one exception though. It's Canada. Canada is still considered to be democracy, and it's doing quite well against coronavirus. In Ontario, for example, where I live, Toronto, they already go into step 3 of opening. And by the way, I ate on Saturday. I've had a meal at the restaurant, and it was fine. It was okay. Everybody is very polite. Everybody is wearing masks. Of course, not when they're eating. And so I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I think in Canada, a lot of people are they're just very law-abiding citizens. That's what I can really say 100%. Really.
So, Sasha, do you mean to suggest that By contrast, your southern neighbors, meaning the United States, are lawless people.
I'll make two observations. First of all, of course, there are much less law-abiding people than in Canada. And in fact, how many people are in U.S. Jails? You know the answer, and you know why.
About
Okay,
2 million. 2 million. We have the largest incarceration in the world.
I think in the future, very good business will be building private jails, and I think Holmes really has to look into it because I think that will be a thriving.
They're already doing that, though, aren't they? They already have some major companies that run jails and have built them. I won't name the companies because I'm not a fan of doing that, but there are a couple of big ones that have actually started in the UK that have quite a big presence in the United States and have a big presence here in Australia, just to name a couple.
But the most humane way for US would be use a system of Dutch jail system, because in Dutch a lot of jail houses are empty. They have no offenders, and you can rent these facilities and send US the most prominent offenders and those that you would like to have a good life. They can go to Dutch jails. They have fantastic jail systems there. It's one.
You know, the other thing we can do this, Sasha. There's historical precedents for this. We can ship them to Australia because they need more people anyway, right? Because you got like lots of land and need more people, and
That's right.
And you have a history of taking in prisoners. So we could actually ship them over to Australia. We'll have to open up negotiations with our friends, our mates down in Australia, and
well, actually, Nick, we could. The interesting thing about that is that currently our jails are filled, and some would argue, based on discriminatory policies. But it seems to me all we need to do is tighten up our discriminatory policies, and then we could provide a steady pipeline to Australia. And Shakeel, maybe you could get some assistance and hire some on. What do you think? Would that help your business?
That would look good on my resume. I could build a massive jail in the middle of the desert and say to the Australian government, "Look, the Americans will pay us to take their prisoners. It'll be perfect." It's a new American export. I think it's a great idea. Yeah,
and you got plenty of desert. I flew over there. It was like 3.5 hours just to get from Sydney to Uluru. And that's only halfway in the desert, and there's nobody there. So you got plenty of land, real cheap. We have plenty of people. No one lives there except kangaroos. I mean, come on. So the thing is,
they are big kangaroos.
Yeah, they're big kangaroos. But the thing is, we could take them. We have a lot of nonviolent. See, the problem is we have a lot of nonviolent criminals, people that, and we actually have a show called Weed Wednesday to say, why are these people sitting in prison for life? And what they do, they smoked marijuana. I mean, really? Okay. And so we incarcerate them for life. We'll send them over there. Maybe they'll grow marijuana in the middle of the desert.
But to do that, you need the supersonic jets because it's too long to fly from United States to Australia. And to be fair and humane to our prisoners, there must be a supersonic jet so they could fly in 3-4 hours and get it there and get accommodated in some of the best jails in that part of the world.
Yeah,
British put them on these ships. And it was it took them 3 months or something to get here. It's only a 17-hour flight direct out of LA to Sydney, so it's not that bad, unless you're flying with Delta or something, or United, I should say.
Yeah, or Spirit. But it seems to me, Sasha, I mean, I certainly appreciate that you want to make their lives comfortable, but after all, they're getting a fresh start, a brand new home, and on a sunny island. So, I mean,
can I just say though, in all seriousness, when you talk about the incarceration rates in the United States, this was something that I've touched on the last probably not last week, but the first sort of few weeks I was on, was that you are seeing a lot of what I would probably refer to or call prosecutorial gamemanship, where you're seeing prosecutors that want to go after somebody and they can't quite make something stick, so they stretch the meaning of very vague bits of legislation, and they sort of are holding over somebody. If we get you on this federal charge, you're going to be, you could do 20 years. And you're seeing people do a lot of time because they think, no, I'm absolutely right, I didn't do anything wrong, and they end up getting 20 years for something that's really, not not really that bad. And sort of, you know, mail fraud, wire fraud, you know, things like that. Those federal charges that sort of encompass things that are just, you know, they don't really have anywhere else, and they just stretch it out to mean something that it shouldn't. And the Supreme Court has made a lot of comments about, you know, about this in various cases, and certain federal courts have done the same thing. You know, I think that that's a real problem. I really do, and that's something that needs to be fixed in the United States, because unfortunately, what we're now beginning to see in Australia is we're now beginning to see Australian prosecutors trying to do the same stuff. In Victoria, just recently, where Willie is, there was a man who got into a high-speed police chase, essentially, with some police officers. They eventually pulled him over, and there was a very tragic accident. A truck had lost control and actually hit the 4 police officers, and the 4 officers died. Now, the person who they pulled over got his phone out and recorded the officers dying, and didn't actually offer to help any of the officers, and was actually made some statements that I won't repeat, but had made some comments to one of the officers as she was laying there dying. And it was, you know, something that outraged most Australians, I think. You know, he would have only got a speeding ticket or something like that. It wasn't like he was going to do a life sentence for having, you know, having speed, for breaking the speeding laws. But the prosecutors have come up with this bizarre charge. It's already been charged with a heap of things anyway, but they've come up with this really bizarre charge of offending the public decency or something. And it really isn't a crime that kind of existed. They just sort of made it up. And I think that no matter how horrible the thing is that somebody does, you can't just go making up laws or misapplying one law to get somebody for some technicality. That's a problem, and I think that's got a lot to do with why you've got such a high incarceration rate there.
Yeah. You know, and the thing is, we do have a lot of nonviolent criminals that are in there, mainly because there was for years here this war on drugs. Okay, and because of this war on drugs, and they made taking drugs federal and state crimes, you ended up incarcerating a huge amount of people for what is known as victimless crimes, at a great detriment to the United States, our financial ability to afford this, and also just the pure justice behind it just doesn't seem to make any sense at all. So we're working on a project to start reversing that trend. I thought that would be reversed a long time ago, but what you think happens over here doesn't happen over here, and it just takes a while to get that through. Another topic that came out on the Wall Street Journal and it's been hitting is the Dow Jones threw out Exxon Mobil and replaced it with Salesforce.com as part of the Dow. Now, Sasha, since you do a lot of individual investing, does that affect your investments? Or if you track the Dow and then all of a sudden they change the metrics, it's like they change the goalpost on the Dow?
Oh, okay. Number one, I don't track the Dow. Number two, a lot of people still do, and it has maybe more psychological effect rather than anything else. Number three, ExxonMobil is no longer the world's largest company for many years, and their development and possible appreciation of their shares is quite doubtful, because I don't see in the near future or even in the intermediate future oil prices should go much higher than where they are now. Actually, just a few months ago, they were way much lower. So there's not much really to do, and especially because of psychological reasons, because to save private, what's his name, Donald. So the machinery is built the way to cheer up people. Okay, here is a Dow, here is a market, let's go. But with the Salesforce, you can achieve much better results, though, than with ExxonMobil, because ExxonMobil, what is about $41, $42 stock, so it will take 5 years until it will become $44 stock. So with Salesforce, on the other hand, it's today, what, $200, $20 stock. It will go to $350 in the next few hours. So it's a much better prospect to bring Dow to much much higher heights than ExxonMobil for all intents and purposes. So yeah, ExxonMobil pays dividends, of course, and so people can buy ExxonMobil anyway. It doesn't have to be the Dow. That's my
Okay.
thought.
Yeah, Shakeel, what is your thoughts about this? They get rid of Exxon Mobil, which I think is one of the biggest companies in the world, in one of a very important industry in the world, which is energy resources, and replace it with a computer software client resource management software program, otherwise known as Salesforce.com.
Look, I think it really does show you how much the world's changed. Not just talking about the markets, but just in how people think. A lot of people would prefer to buy a house than to buy a real estate investment trust, for example, because they actually can drive past that house and go, I own that house over there that I'm renting out to somebody for $500 a week. Whereas if it's something that's kind of a REIT, you can't really touch it, you don't even know what it is. This is a really interesting thing with the markets right now. It's one of the things that I've struggled with as a young person. I shouldn't, but tech companies and their revenue models can be quite difficult to kind of navigate.
Mm-hmm.
So to see Exxon Mobil be displaced by Salesforce. I mean, who's Salesforce? Can someone tell me who they were 5 years ago? Nobody heard of them. 10 years ago, it was just some company, and they're not even, they're a cloud-based thing. Like, it's not
Right.
real. It's, up there somewhere. So that's a very interesting situation, I think, to see that happening. But what's actually really interesting as well is actually seeing what companies are kind of doing pretty well during the coronavirus. I saw the other day that Jeff Bezos, apparently his net worth has now gone up to $200 billion, so he's $90 billion in front of Bill Gates. Amazon I was expecting Amazon would have done quite well. I certainly signed up for Amazon Prime and just started buying crap that I didn't need just because it was free delivery. So I was just like ordering all this stuff. But their cost of fulfilling those orders also went up exponentially as well. So they didn't make as much more profit as you would have thought. But you're actually seeing a lot of those tech companies who are doing well, even in this market. The question is whether or not they will continue to do well relative to the rest of the market after the coronavirus has ended.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just make a quick observation, though, for the Dow Jones, because something that a lot of people may not realize. One, it's not just ExxonMobil that has been removed. You've also seen Pfizer get removed, and that's one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world. So it's really surprising to see them, to get them out of the Dow. And RTX is out as well, which was the old Research in Motion that used to make the Blackberries. And, they're out of there as well. And they've been replaced, I think, by Honeywell, and I can't remember who the other one is, Amgen, who is a biotech company, right? Or a
biotech. Yep.
So that's interesting to see those changes. One of the things that's going to be interesting for the market is, as Jim will often say, the market is not really the economy, or the economy is not just the market, right? But the Dow Jones, actually, as a measure of what's going on, it's not a very good one. It's a misleading indicator. It doesn't really have much of an application, I don't think, anymore. And the reason for that is because it's a price-weighted index, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because what that means is that instead of it being market cap weighted, it's weighted just on the share price of the company itself. So you might have a company that's got a market cap of $50 billion, but the share price is trading at $500 a share. And then you've got a company that might have, like Microsoft, for example, is trading at $200 now. But before, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, their share price was only trading at $50. So if you have a $50 stock against a $500 stock, actually on market cap, the cheaper price stock should have been the one that influenced the index more, but it's not doing that. So what's really going to be very interesting is that if you have a look at Pfizer and RTX, their share price is like, $50, $60, that sort of thing. The three companies that are going in, and Chevron, I think, was about the same. The three companies going into the Dow all have prices around the $200 mark. So that's going to change the weighting and change the way that the Dow moves, and that's going to be quite interesting to look at.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, so Shakeel, I'm really curious. For our audience, I mean, all of that just sounds foreign to me. How is an individual investor supposed to understand that? So that, and if I can just recap quickly, we have the COVID pandemic, we have uncertainty with monetary and fiscal policy, we have the Dow moving the goalposts and detaching it as a measure of the economy, even though everybody has come to rely on the Dow as an indication of the American economy. And then we have the fallout in unknown circumstances with the UK and Brexit. I mean, that seems really complicated, Shakeel. How do you explain that to those that are less sophisticated who are watching in our audience?
Well, I think that's the real difficulty. I could kind of ask you the same question. Politics doesn't make sense. How do you explain to the everyday person what's actually going on? Like, why is the government doing this when most people in the country don't want that particular thing to happen? It's just one of those things. I think the markets, I would say to people, try not to get caught up too much in all of this big stuff that's going on. Who really, as an individual investor, yes, a lot of individual investors will have shares, but not very many people actually go and buy the Dow. They look at the Dow, but they're only looking at the Dow because that's what the media puts on. If you turn the TV on, you hear about the Dow Jones, S&P 500. You might hear about the Russell. Okay, you'll hear about the NASDAQ as well. In Australia, every time you watch the news, and Willie, I think Willie's just left us, but every time you watch the news in Australia, you'll always hear about the All Ordinaries Index. I can tell you, as somebody who used to be a dealer, I have never once had a client ever, I've never even heard of a client that's rung up and said, could I please buy the All Ordinaries Index? Nobody looks at it. But for some reason, that's the thing that they show on the news. Or they will nowadays, they start to show the ASX 200, which is roughly our equivalent of the S&P 500. So, it's one of those things. I mean, nobody trades these things. These are just indexes that give you a bit of a reflection of what's happening in the market. But you don't go out and ring up your broker and say, I want the Dow Jones. Or ring up your broker and say, I want to have Russell 2000. I want 2,000 stocks in my portfolio, please.
But one of the problems that we have is a lot of the annuities that are sold into pensions are linked to the S&P 500, the Dow, the Russell 2000. And so what happens is that all of a sudden it changes the goalpost for the annuity providers that are, they provide usually a guarantee or a link, whichever is greater, with a cap. And so all of a sudden now they're dealing with different links. In other words, different metrics, because the Dow is now being measured on a different metric. So it creates some, it actually has created a lot of problems in the pension industry, because this low interest rate environment is troublesome for pensions that have to invest in conservative assets. In other words, you have to invest in annuities, you have to have guarantees, and there's no place for that money to go that earns any money right now. So we've even seen a phenomenon that just appeared in the Wall Street Journal today. Banks have a lot of cash. What do they do with the cash? And it's a big problem. What do you see people doing with cash, Shakeel?
Well, if I can actually sort of slightly not answer your question, but answer something else.
Okay.
Bill said before about the Fed printing money and what's going to happen past the election. You've got potentially $5 trillion coming into the market. How is that going to affect the US? It's a really interesting thing. I probably shouldn't say this, but because the US is the world's reserve currency, and because the US does offer the most trading opportunities, most of the rest of the world invests in the US markets. And because of tax treaties that exist, it's not taxable in the United States. So if I was to buy shares in America and then sell them, the capital gain on those shares is mostly taxable here in Australia, not taxable there in the United States. So here you've got the Fed pumping in trillions of dollars, and potentially they're going to pump it into the market, not into individual people and small businesses. They're going to pump it into the market, which increases the value of the market. But a lot of that increase, when people talk about, hey, it doesn't trickle down to the bottom, it probably doesn't even stay at the top of America. It ends up going out off the United States at some point, and the amount that the US has incurred as a debt is being pushed onto US taxpayers. Mm-hmm. Now, as an international investor, why would I care? I should just sit there and go, oh, well, if America wants to give the money away, I'll take it. But, obviously we do care. Well, certainly here in Australia, we do actually care about our ally, the United States. So it's a very difficult situation. As what you just said there, in relation to people have a lot of cash. I mean, some people have a lot of cash. Certainly the banks have a lot of cash. The pension funds have a bit. And it's really a question of what do they do with it? If they're in a low interest rate environment, what do they do with it?
Mm-hmm.
I think the banks have learned a few valuable lessons over the last few decades. And one of them is you cannot just go and put the money into the market all the time. If you look at what happened in the UK, you can't just go. It was the Labour Party, one of the former Labour Party prime ministers, I think, who said, I'll tell you in all candor, you cannot just spend your way out of a recession because you end up with uncontrollable inflation. The banks understand this now, and or certainly with the Dodd-Frank rules and some of the other rules that have come out over the last 20 years or so, banks aren't as aggressively trading the markets. They don't have proprietary trading desks that are as aggressive as what they used to be. So I don't think the banks are just going to go market because they need to exit somewhere as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is both for you, Shakeel, and Sasha. So far, we've only been talking about an expansionary monetary policy from the Feds and a potential fiscal policy. What if the UK were to engage in an expansionary fiscal policy? I mean, how would you, as investors, view that around the world, and what would you be looking for in terms of where you would be assigning the portions of your portfolio?
Okay, so I'm obviously going to be a little bit biased because I am actually British. So I think that the UK having independence from the EU is going to be a very interesting thing to watch. A lot of people were predicting doom and gloom, but the UK's it's like when you say don't bet against the United States, I wouldn't bet against the UK either. I think that they're going to do very well. They're a little bit more unique to the rest of Europe. They are an island as well. So, I think that their ability to enter into trade deals will be quite interesting. I think the UK is actually in pretty good shape, to be perfectly honest. And also the pound is fairly low compared to its historical average against most other major currencies. So as long as the UK can be relatively politically stable, I think you're going to see a big influx of international investment into the UK. I think that relatively speaking, I think the UK will probably outperform. And again, this is not financial advice, this is just my opinion for the viewers. I actually think that the UK may very well outperform the United States over the next period of time, because also the big thing with the United States versus the UK is that politically at the moment, the UK is not as divided as it was a few years ago. People have accepted Brexit's going to happen, and the incumbent government there has got a massive majority in Parliament. In the US, I think you're going to be divided regardless of the outcome of this election. If Trump wins, half the country are going to be really, really unhappy. And if Biden wins, the other half are going to be very unhappy. And that gives a lot of political uncertainty, and that gives a lot of economic uncertainty as to what we can expect to see out of the US over the next few years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I can add that I'm also very bullish on UK. And for several reasons, the political reasons, leaving the European Union is very positive development, very highly educated workforce, and a healthy balance between unemployed people and those who are employed in the economy. So it is all bullish signs. I wouldn't mind actually to enter a trade where I would go long on UK and short on things like Russell 2000, for example. I think it's about start to get tracking, and there are some ways to capitalize on that and make very good money. And of course, don't forget gold. Gold is still there. It's not disappearing anywhere. And there's also uncertainties, and that the trillions and trillions of new dollars will be printed or are being printed. So I think gold provides pretty good alternative. And I think my overall look is that people have to really take charge of their finances. They have to learn how to invest, how to trade, and that's the only thing what they will have going on. If not, nobody will help them. They have to start learning how to help themselves. Thanks.
It might be worth as well that the UK, their currency, the British pound, used to be the world's reserve currency. In recent times, you might have thought that the euro might replace the US, but certainly the British pound used to be what it was, and it was it was sort of laughable that the US, this at the time small economy, would ever replace the pound sterling, and they did. But if you go back to Margaret Thatcher's days, when there was talk about the European Union and potentially joining their currency as opposed to keeping control of the pound sterling, she was very, very aggressive about making sure that the pound sterling remained, the control of their money remained sitting there in the UK. And I think history will probably show that she was right. That was it's always a bad idea to give up control of your currency to another country or a group of countries. So that's going to be very interesting. As I said, I think the UK is actually in a pretty good spot, and also they're almost a brand new but old country. It's sort of like a new and improved version, because now they've actually got control to create their own regulations and their own rules, instead of being beholden to the rules of the EU. And so that's a very interesting dynamic, because again, they're an old country, but they can actually create all new rules. And so it's sort of like a rebirth, if you will, of a new nation. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how they go. But I don't see them going down. I think they're going to do very, very well.
Well, here's the problem I have with the UK versus the United States. Come on, where's Ben? Great Britain is a foggy little island with only one city, really, London, that's of any significance. That's it. Okay, when you look at the United States, we have not only the world's largest economy, we have a lot of major cities, from New York to San Francisco to Seattle to Los Angeles to Chicago to Kansas City. You just go on and on. Major cities with a lot of diverse and huge economies in the United States. When we look at the United States, you're looking at a major world power with a major economy. When you're looking at, what do they call it, Great Britain? They have one city. They have London. And then after that, there's nothing there. I mean, you fly into that foggy island, you fly out, forget it. And where's their growth opportunity? I would invest in it.
I might just remind you, Nick, when the Pilgrims came over and discovered this new land of theirs, they decided to call it New England, because they couldn't call it England, because obviously that name was already taken. They decided to call it New England, and then you had New York. Really inventive people. They missed time.
Shakeel, let's get real. California, just one of our little states, has a larger economy than the whole Great Britain. So, Great Britain. I mean, you guys are bloody tiny.
I think you're bigger than the UK. You're bigger than us, but I don't think you're bigger than the UK, are you?
No, California is like the fourth largest economy in the world. I mean, come on, Great Britain.
I think it's the fourth. It was the fourth. Republicans had it. I don't think it's the fourth anymore. I think you're down to eighth now.
Well, no, seriously. Isn't that why a rule of thumb for the investors is simply this, that, when America catches a cold, everybody else gets sick? And I don't necessarily hear anybody else saying that when the UK catches a cold, I don't think anybody cares economically.
Well, that's because, Bill, they only have one city. They got London. It's like Russia. No offense, Alexander, but you guys only have two cities. You have Moscow, you have St. Petersburg.
We're better off than UK, because UK has only one city in Europe.
That's true. Russia's more important than UK because they got two cities.
Wait a sec. Speaking about California and all the richest and biggest economy of the US, if you will take all these fantastic stocks like Apple, and they also have funk stocks like Alphabet and Nvidia probably is a part of it, or so on. All these companies, they're sitting on billions and trillions of dollars overseas, and they don't pay any taxes. So what makes you United States so big and rich country when it's sitting on $30 trillion worth of debt and inability to get its due taxes from the biggest company?
Okay, I did a fact check for our group about UK. New economic data puts California economy 2.747 trillion, bigger than most nations, rankings just ahead of the United Kingdom with 2.6 trillion. Come on.
You were correct. I stand corrected, but
there we go. Okay, so all you guys from overseas who have this British, colony lag, let's put it that way. Remember, we got rid of them a long time ago. One of our states alone beats the United Kingdom. And
Nick, what is the
I mean, that's just
population
the way
of
it is.
California?
I think
It's
actually,
about 38 million, something like that.
Right. So
Oh, wait, 38 million. It has less people than the United Kingdom. Yet
Right.
still a larger
Exactly.
economy in the United Kingdom. I mean, one of our states will trump. So you're right. If something happens to the United Kingdom, no one really cares. I mean, it's good theater. You know, you get to watch the Queen, but it isn't a big economy.
You know,
It's
I'm
not the largest economy.
really kind of curious.
California. It's a large landmass. I don't think, as much as I love North Carolina, I don't think North Carolina's economy is going to compare with the UK. I don't think you can pick any other state. It's just California you can pick on. So, and certainly when they increase the state tax rates to 16% or 600% or whatever it is that they're going to increase it to retrospectively, I think that might have a dampening effect on the economy somehow.
Well,
Maybe.
It just seems to me, and Nick, because I'm going to throw you a helping hand here. And that is, first, North Carolina is a lovely state. And Shakeel, we generally go there to vacation, which is why Nick is down in North Carolina.
I love North Carolina. It's the state of
so we have to have a summer home in the United States. So they travel and they go there. And I hear the golf is great in North Carolina, by the way. So is
Pinehurst. Yeah, Pinehurst is good.
But it just seems to me, and Nick, we're kind of outnumbered here because we have the world's largest democracy with Ankit, and he's been silent this entire time. And then we have Sasha from Russia, and then we've got Willie and Shakeel down in Australia. I think they're ganging up on us, and yet not of the four, they don't have the largest economy, and they have more people, but are less effective. So I think it's a bit of jealousy, Nick. What do you think?
Well, of course. I mean, the thing is, it is what it is here. That we are the world's largest economy. We're going to maintain that position. You know, come whatever. We're thinking about trying to acquire Australia, so we continue to be the world's largest economy. We're thinking about acquiring Greenland. You know, and merging with India if Russia and China gives us trouble. Okay, because then we'll be not only the largest democracy, we'll be the largest democracy and the world's largest economy all at the same time. So we're in conversations right now with Modi to do a merger with India, and that will create one of the largest countries in the world. And there's nothing they can do about it, Bill. So it's
right.
If you merge with Facebook, you'll have the biggest economy. Or maybe the biggest democracy of the world, because Facebook itself is bigger than any other country. So you just have to go to talk to Mark Zuckerberg and then get that sorted out.
Yeah.
Antitrust. If you work with India, they might do a reverse takeover. India might take over America or something, and then you've got to have your antitrust rules come in and break the whole thing. But Bill, correct me if I'm wrong here. Technically speaking, as I always hear Americans say this, we're the world's largest democracy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure that David K. Johnson will certainly correct my history malfeasances here. But the United States, wasn't it deliberately set up not to be a democracy or a constitutional republic?
That's true. That's technically correct, but also you could say technically correct. That's the same thing with India. It's the world's
structurally by design. The United States is not a democracy, right? It's actually deliberately not a democracy for those reasons. There are constitutional limitations to what the democratic people can actually do.
But we've already discussed that. Democracies are inefficient. Okay, we already discussed that. Dictatorships are more efficient, and we use republic because it's between a dictatorship and a democracy. So what happens is people like to feel they're part of democracy because you get to vote, but you're really voting for somebody else to rule and make all the decisions for you.
So what's the complaint about Trump being a dictator? What's the problem, Bill? America should be, hey, listen to Nick, we need a dictator. It's more efficient.
It is more efficient.
Well, I think two basic. Well, first, you guys are absolutely right, and I understand this is Economic Mondays, and not to drill down too far, but there is a fundamental conflict between the rules that govern capitalism and the rules that govern democracy. You know, capitalism, which is the field that you guys are in, allocates power in the system based on how many dollars you have, and obviously, democracy distributes power based on individual votes, one person, one vote, so that it balances everything out. And putting those two together inherently has a conflict. Now, in the United States, we have our system avoiding dictatorships, although it's been tried, because we naturally act as a check on rampant capitalism, and I think that's the golden key. Now, I also happen to think that people would prefer to make their own decisions. You run a $1 billion money management firm, don't you, Shakeel?
That's close enough.
Oh no. Okay.
Go
Well,
with
then I have this question: do you allow your do you work cooperatively with your clients about putting their portfolios together, or do you just dictate them?
Well, that's why I said it's close enough. So I don't meet my clients. That's not how it works. I'm contracted by family office managers or asset managers who are contracted by family office managers and large institutions. So I generally won't meet my clients. And the last thing I'd ever want to do is to meet my clients, because then they're going to be up me every day. And we also have investor relations teams to look after clients. But no, it is more dictatorial, I guess, in that, you know, what we tell you roughly what we're doing, what our main strategies are. We won't tell you the secret sauce, so to speak. We'll tell you essentially what it is that we're up to, and then we have free reign to do as we please, as long as it fits within the parameters of what we've said.
Exactly, and in a nutshell, you have just described American democracy. They come out with a platform. They tell you generally what they're going to do. And then the people say, okay, and they buy into a general vision or platform. Normally, these days, it's slightly unusual. And then once elected, they have wide-ranging authority to do a variety of things.
I think the difference, of course, is that if I were to do something totally different to what I say I'm going to do, like we're a global macro absolute return fund. So we seek to make a return no matter what the market conditions are. I can't use as an excuse, for example, that we have coronavirus at the moment and we weren't expecting that. So sorry, guys, your accounts are down 20%. I can't do that because we're an absolute return fund. We're also a global macro, so we do trade around the world. And we generally will trade economies against other economies, or interest rate yield curves in one economy against another one. Those are the sorts of things that we do. It can get quite complex. There's obviously a lot more liquidity there. That's why we're in those spaces. But if I was to all of a sudden start trading, I don't know, Bitcoin, I probably would be allowed to do that. But, you know, if I was all of a sudden like trading non-listed startup companies in, you know, Ghana, you know, trying to drill for oil and you know, get gold mining explorations companies off the ground in Ghana or something, that sounds like actually quite a lucrative thing to do. One, I'm not an oil and mining expert, and two, that is so far removed from what I said I was going to do with the client's money. So if I did that, I could be in a lot of trouble, and in some cases, you could actually go to jail if you've actually put your money into something where it could be argued you had a vested interest in it.
Okay. Well,
whereas a politician jumps up and lies, and they've got immunity, right? They can say what they like.
Okay. Well, then I have this question then for Nick, if you don't mind. May I, Nick?
Sure. I can always elect to defer, so I don't care.
Okay, well, you're the big cheese around here, or as they say in France, the grand fromage.
Right.
I guess what I hear from you, at least, you would prefer the Chinese governmental model, where
it's more efficient. There's absolutely no question. Okay, if you look at the GDP growth of the United States versus the GDP growth of China, China has beaten our pants off.
Well,
now,
no,
and that's the realities of it. Where you like it or not, they're very efficient economically.
No, there's a significant exception to that, because underlying all of that has been that the central government of China has been propping up the economy. I mean, they were supporting all this massive building of homes and things in cities, which are now vacant. And so there's a real argument to say that the Chinese government fueled the economy. And you take the Chinese government's subsidies everywhere out of it, and then China has not outperformed the U.S.
Yeah, and you can say that, and you're going to tell me that when we pass $3 trillion stimulus bills, we're not propping up our economy, right, Mr. Trezevant? Case closed, counselor.
Can I make a comment there?
Sure.
Here you have China, the world's second largest economy, that I believe still get funding from the IMF, which is funded by the United States in part. and the rest of it mostly comes from the UK and the European Union. And there's some other countries as well, but those are the two major countries. And here you've got this country with the world's second largest economy, and actually, if you look at power purchasing parity, the Chinese economy is actually bigger than the United States. So that's a ridiculous situation to occur. What I will say, though, in fairness to the US and other more established economies, if you look at World War II, after World War II occurred, Germany was in a pretty bad way. The economy was held by the Allies, and on a Sunday afternoon, when the Allies weren't running the place, they one of the ministers or something over there declared the market free. They took off all tariffs, all price controls, everything, and within weeks, the German economy started to boom, and Germany has done relatively well ever since. And so, of course, they had that big growth. I think it's very hard to compare a big company or a big country to a small company or to a small country and then say, oh, look, they have actually increased their GDP by 300%. We've only increased ours by 20%. I mean, that's not a fair comparison because, of course, emerging economies are going to do that.
Yeah, but if you look at what China has done, their GDP has been going at 7 to 8%. We've been going at 3%. Okay, China's on track to eclipse and become the world's largest economy. We are not. We are inefficient relative to China, whether we like it or not. Those are the stats. And whether we like it or not, we're a democracy, and they're more or less not as much as a democracy, showing that they have a more economically efficient model. And like it or not, they've taken a lot of people out of poverty that actually have decent living conditions, and we rail on them for no reason except that we're jealous. Okay.
No,
what? Yeah, Ankit.
Yeah. So what I can tell from India is that China's strategy is that China supports dictatorship. We all know that. Chinese don't support democratic countries, but they wanted to do business with them so that they can have their business going on. But also, China's a lot of funding goes to those small countries where there's a imbalance of democracy, or the leadership is not up to the mark, or the government is not stable, so that they can control those countries and they can have their own colony established there. And that's happening around the world. You can have a lot of small countries. In fact, in Africa, there are a lot of countries who are getting a lot of funds from China. So China is paying like an IMF for them. Same goes with a lot of Asian countries. And what happened with that? Chinese are trying to control those regions to make sure that they become superpower and all this stuff. But that is their strategy, and that's what dictators do basically. But on the other end, what happened with North Korea? North Korea leader is in coma right now, and they are in a dilemma that whether North Korea's stand will change, because there is no leader as of now. North Korea's leader's sister, she's controlling it, but will people obey a female stool as a dictator? No one knows. So there might be some policy and things are changing in combination, things like that. But China is trying to conquer those small countries and making them as one of their defaulters so that they can control the land and all this stuff. Yeah. And that's happening. I'm not sure whether the news is in the world media, in Australia or US, but it's everywhere, and you can find that out. That's going on to China.
Yeah, but the thing is, we do not accept the reality that China is efficient. We do not accept the reality that Putin is popular in Russia. In other words, and there's a reason for his popularity. Instead we take the opposite position, like, oh, he's a bad guy. He's not. He's obviously very popular in Russia, and obviously Xi Jinping is doing a good job in China. But I think the United States is just a little jealous of what's going on, rather than getting our stick together, which we don't have together, and move our economy forward, which should be our main goal. Instead, we're diverted to all these other irrelevant conversations. And
that's the comments that I've been making since I first appeared on the show, Nick, is that your country, from what I've observed, both having been there, what I observed from afar, and even conversations I have with people, your country beats itself up so much as this sort of self-loathing that Americans have, as if you're the only people that ever had slavery in your history, or you're the only people that have ever had any kind of bad thing happen. I've used examples of my own countries. Some of the stuff that's gone on in India, some of the stuff that's happened in the UK and Australia. And it's always this sort of feeling that, it's just, we've just done so much worse here in the United States. It's like, it's not like that. But you guys, not only have you beat yourselves up for so long, But now you're so much more focused on these social issues. And Bill, this is the reason why I think most Australians and probably most Brits think that Trump will win, because if you have a look around the world, okay, Americans tend not to do that too much. But if you have a look around the world, when the left has become what appears to be more popular, there's been a shift to the right, and it's been quite a sharp shift in most countries. If you have a look at Australia, we've now got a very conservative government in power. If you have a look at the UK, the Tories won significantly and wanted to try and get back power from the EU, handing the Labour Party one of their worst electoral defeats in history. You know, you're seeing that big change. When the left goes too far and focuses too much on social issues, you're actually seeing people move quite hard the other way. And I believe that you already saw that happen in 2016. And something that's not really being paid attention to is that the Republicans are spinning this sort of narrative, that certainly that we're hearing over here, that the protests and the defund the police movement and all of that sort of almost anarchy type, things that are being asked for is being supported by the left. And there are a lot of people that are, whether rightly or wrongly, whether they're misinformed or not, there are going to be a lot of people that will attribute the blame for that to the Democrats. And I don't think this is going to be just a walk in the park for the Democrats. I think this will be a tough election.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be a lot closer than people think, because of what you're saying. And the thing is, the Americans, somewhere along the line, we got to basically get our act together and compete internationally with the rest of the world, and also, if not compete, at least drive our economy toward a more positive sector for everybody.
Until you do, that's what's going to pull down the economy. So we'll talk about Exxon Mobil, and then I'll be quiet for a minute. Let Sharif talk. We'll talk about Exxon Mobil for a moment. Some of Exxon Mobil's demise is also because renewable energy is not just something that is growing, but it's also something that's in demand. The millennials like to know that the environment is being looked after as a general rule, and they're a lot more conscious about it. So even when you think about solar panels, where a lot of the criticism of solar panels and wind farms is that they can be a little bit inefficient, there's money going into that to make them more efficient. There's more research being done.
Right.
So that's displacing the old big oil companies. Chevron is still in the Dow, but I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing some big green technology companies get inside there. The United States is able to export its vehicles to very few countries compared to, say, the Asian markets that are able to export theirs. So, it is something that the US has to work on. And I can say the same thing about Australia, but it's more of a significant problem in the US. It's something that you guys need to work on is exporting more and international trade. It's so important that rather than you just buying stuff and you're not, your kids are going without, your kids are graduating university and have got nowhere to live. Can't afford to get an apartment in New York City. Those are the issues that I think are dragging your economy down, but they're fixable. It just requires good leadership.
Right. Yeah. And then hopefully we'll have some good leadership going forward. We do have a couple special guests who have just joined us for those at the half hour at IBM TV. Of course, we have Bill Trezevant, who runs our Washington Report every day, and American Politics, which will be starting right after Labor Day as American politics start heating up. Shakeel Latimer, who runs advises on $1 billion worth of monies doing international trading, whatever you do when you manage billions of dollars. That's what he does. Sharif, who runs the School of Economics, which I do want to talk a little bit about the Sharif School of Economics, because apparently you have a big program coming on September 3rd with 300 educational institutions. We'll want to talk about that. Alexander Starr, who runs a Modern Investment with Sasha from Toronto, and Sharif is, of course, from Malaysia, and Willie Hill from Australia, who does Startup Australia with about 10,000 people, and Jeff Brown, who is the Dean of the University of Illinois Business School. And of course, we talk business here on IBM TV. And we have a couple interesting things we want to get into. Jeff, number one, as you know, and Kim's going to join us from North Carolina State. North Carolina State and the University of North Carolina just shut down their institution because too much coronavirus with the kids partying. What's happening with the University of Illinois? It sounds to me you have the situation under control.
Well, we never want to be overconfident, but we have a really robust testing and tracing program in place. I think it's really a model for how the whole country ought to be operating. We're giving up to 20,000 tests a day. Every single person on this campus, student, faculty, and staff, gets tested twice a week. When the results come, they're loaded up onto an app on our smartphones, and you need to show that you've tested negative in order to gain access to most of the buildings. About 2/3 of our courses are online, about 1/3 face-to-face, and we're doing appropriate social distancing and mask wearing. I'm actually on campus right now. There's no one around me, but I have my mask at the ready. So we're doing pretty well. I mean, we've had cases, we've had several hundred cases, but we're identifying them, and that's the key. We're identifying whether they're symptomatic or asymptomatic, and then those students are being isolated. People that have been in close contact are being quarantined, and that's what you got to do to get this virus under control. And so, we're a weekend of classes, so 2 weeks since most people have been back, and I would say give it another week or two, and we'll see how we're doing. If we've been able to stabilize or bring the numbers down, then I think it'll be a success. If the numbers spike in spite of all of our efforts, then we'll have learned something there as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with how University of Illinois is holding up when the North Carolina, we collapsed completely when it comes to the coronavirus, except Duke and Campbell are still doing okay, and the kids are going to school at Duke and Campbell. But North Carolina and North Carolina State both just folded. Sharif, you have this 300 educational institutions on September 3rd. What's going on in Asia?
Okay, basically it's from South Asia, India, Bangladesh, and this kind of country. I think I send you in a Facebook message. You can check I think half an hour before. So basically, I run a World Talent Economy Forum. So I have a forum is definitely a research and knowledge-based forum. So what I try to help actually different kind of developing nations. As intellectual partners, I try to help them to develop their academicians, develop their students. And this 3rd September, actually, we have a conference. It's an online conference. So we need actually very good keynote speaker. But the session will be in Bangla. It's not in English, but definitely if the keynote speaker is a English speakers, and it's not a problem for us, because India and this area English is good. But issue is that it's an impact. Impact means there are many underprivileged schools. Madrasa, that madrasa education is based on religion and these things, and there are many underprivileged peoples in Bangladesh, in India, and many other places. So we are trying to arrange a conference. So that in that conference, basically from 300 different institutions, like headmasters and headmistress, they will join, and we will train them that how actually modern education system actually moving forward, and we will trying to train them. I think the guest list and other things I forward to Professor Nick in your Facebook chat. You can check some of the very potential academicians and responsible person. They will join in these sessions. Besides that, actually, World Talent Economy Forums, we are handling different kind of interesting activities, especially conference, because we are very much focused on research and developments, and we have very good collaborations in Asia Pacific. Let's say in Indonesia, we are working with Muhammadiyah Society. So they have more than 2,100 schools in Indonesia, Australia, Vietnam, and even different Malaysia and different countries, even in Bangladesh, even some of the big education group of companies that they are joining with us. Basically, as a knowledge partner, we are working with them. We are trying to motivate them. We are trying to give them proper guidelines. And one thing I can say that previously, last 12 years of time, like I tried to contribute developing nation. My major focus is developing nations, because they need a lot of our support, and especially IBM TV. I find that there are many exclusive guests actually join from around the world. I request everyone, Professor Nick, to everyone, if you want to contribute and engage with this ecosystem online, now everything is online, you can join, and hopefully many interesting young peoples and many interesting organizations, and maybe you cannot touch them, but this is the way that we can collaborate, and you can enhance millions of the people, because last 12 years job I do more focus on academic area, because ultimately academy is the way how we can change the developing nations peoples and developing nations economical aspect, social aspect, family aspect, everything we can contribute. So ultimately this is my objective. That's why I live in Malaysia. Malaysia is a very good place that I can contribute different economy. It's in Bangladesh, it's in India, it's in Indonesia, it's in Vietnam, and it's actually very young people always join, and I feel very good with that.
Yeah,
So,
sure, Sharif, what platform are you going to use for this? Because StreamYard we break down when we have more than 10 people. We're limited to 10. So
I know.
StreamYard is not an available platform. Are you going to use Zoom as your platform?
Yes.
For these 300, okay, 300 educators. Can University of Illinois participate because they're global?
Yes.
I'm just
definitely
asking.
No, definitely we will explore as a academicians, like example, if you join, if I get your profile or something, definitely we will explore it in between the community, and definitely IBM TV has many intellectual people from different university, different corporation. They are joining, even White House, everybody is joining, so we can create a very interesting team, and your knowledge will be very valuable for our people, because they need more intellectual people like you.
Yeah, well, it just shocks me to see how big the educational institutions are over in Indonesia, Malaysia, and that part of the world. You said there's 2,100 and 300 are going to participate.
Yes. Yes. Even we are working. Even though today I just finished the meeting, this Muhammadiyah Society, you can check. It's a brilliant platform in Indonesia. So even though they are fully focused on the Muslim culture than other things, but definitely different cultures is always important. Different aspect is always important, and hopefully by this way we can grow together. We will learn more, and even in India, even in Bangladesh, and many countries actually. Many young people, like I want to say around 50-70%, 50 to 60% people actually are young, and they need more educational support. Even I learned many interesting things from IBM TV, so I want to share with my the young community, and even there are many professors and the lecturers and the academic person, even industrial person. Maybe it can be a very good networking session as well.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty impressed with the University of Illinois, because they have their MBA program online. I believe the Masters in Science and Management online. Jeff, can you tell us a little bit more about the MBA program that University of Illinois offers?
Well, I'd be happy to. Let me ask a question first, though, real quick, and then I'll come back and answer that. But what the network of programs that you're running, what grades and age levels and degrees and so forth are you offering through that?
Yes, basically for this specific 3rd September program, we are working only with school teacher. Okay, 300 institution head, they will join. The institution heads, let's say the 1,000, 2,000 students they are running. So first we are targeting the academicians, those who running this school. So we will train them. So those who join as a speakers, so they get chance to involve with this 300 like schools head, and then step by step we will move with these institutions like students and other thing. We have year-long plans. We are trying to engage with as much as root level people, remote area people. We have strong collaborations and connection last 10-12 years I grow. So hopefully this way is you can reach them very easily.
No, that's great. Well, we should talk some more offline. We as Nick referred to, we are running a global online set of degree programs at the graduate business level here in Geese. We have a global MBA program. We call it our IMBA. That is a full-blown, rigorous MBA degree for only $22,000 US. We have over 4,000 people in that program. We also just launched a couple months ago a Master's in Management degree which is kind of like a one-year version of an MBA. It's for people that do not have business backgrounds. That degree is only $11,000 for the year. And we do have global reach. I think now we're up to 114 countries represented in our online programs. And that's in addition to the free massive open courseware that we've had something like 1.5 million people benefit from. We've got a lot of content out there. So there might be some interesting opportunities for some partnerships here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that education is very highly valued in the Pan-Asian countries that we've seen. I mean, that the people move toward education. I wish they did that more in the United States, Jeff. In other words, but there's still an element here that highly values education. And I was reading the Wall Street Journal just the other day that one problem is that when people apply to go to college, there's a huge rejection rate. Now, when you're doing the MBA program, because you can only have so many people in a class, when you're doing your IMBA program, do you have a limit on how many people you can enroll? Do you start rejecting people, or how does that work?
Well, I mean, we have a rigorous admissions process, so only, on the order of half the people that apply are accepted at a given time. Part of that is capacity constraints, but part of it is also that we want to make sure that we're only taking students that we think are going to be able to be successful in the program. It's a hard program, right? It's a rigorous MBA. And so there is a certain amount of work experience, a certain amount of academic background that we think it's important for students to have. Now, having said that, I may have mentioned this once before. We have a kind of a performance-based admission track that if you're not admitted initially, some of the students are given the opportunity to take a class or two from us. And if they can show that they can handle the rigor of the work, then we can allow them to continue on. So yeah, it's definitely not an automatic thing. If we took all comers, our program would be at least twice the size that it is today, and maybe more. But it's also important to have some minimum standards around the capabilities of the students in the program, so that you can really teach it at the level it needs to be taught.
Mm-hmm. Can people, like, say, from Malaysia, can they apply for the program, go to the University of Illinois, but stay in Malaysia, or do they have to get?
100%. Nope,
Oh,
no
okay,
visas
so they don't
required.
need
You can do
visas
the entire
required.
program from wherever
Right.
you are in the world.
That's
Really, the only, if you're able to get admitted into the program, the only thing that you need is reliable high-speed internet, right? To be able to download videos and do Zoom from wherever you are. And not everybody has those things, but if they do have them, then they can take our program. You never have to step foot in the United States, although we certainly welcome people to visit if they would like to.
Right. Wow. I mean, I think that's a big plus, especially from our viewers around the world, that they can actually apply to University of Illinois and go to school at the University of Illinois, but not have to get on a plane, which some of them can't do, because my friend Shakeel right now is, there he is. He's trapped in Australia. Okay. He lives in Switzerland, but he can't go back to Switzerland because of COVID-19. So we've been seeing that all over the world, that a lot of the students are trapped in their home countries. Right. But this is a way that they could actually go to get an MBA, which I think is a very valuable degree to have, no matter what you do, and not have to worry about getting on a plane and traveling to another country, which is a real big pain. Can
I ask a question to Jeff there? So I sort of mentioned something similar to this to our friend from Yale. With obviously technology has had to be employed for you to be able to deliver courses to students. What effect do you think that's going to have long term on education? Obviously, we've got more technology now. Is physically going to a bricks and mortar university or college, is that something that maybe in the future is going to be less attractive to people, and most especially people in my age group, 35, 36, where we're already established in our jobs? We go, it wouldn't be a bad idea if I just had that one extra qualification. I don't want to have to physically go to a university if I can do it online. Do you think that's going to affect how education is delivered both in the United States and in other countries?
Yeah, I do. I think online education is here to stay, because it's not the online from 20 years ago when people were just, looking at PowerPoint presentations and voiceovers. It's very interactive and engaging. And the whole world has now had to learn how to engage with each other using these kinds of tools. To your point, though, I think it's important to differentiate the market. What we have found is that people, as you point out, who are in their 30s and 40s, who are already established in a career, have families, and so forth, this is a very attractive option. They don't have to move. They don't have to uproot kids and pull them out of school. They don't have to leave jobs. And we can build the program for them and around them. And at the same time, they're developing this instant global network of their fellow students, which is really fantastic. The harder thing to know is what effect it's going to have on sort of the traditional four-year college experience for people that are coming out of high school at the age of 18, because we all know that going off to a four-year institution, which by no means everyone does, but those who choose to go that route, they're obviously looking for more than just the education and the degree. It's kind of a growing up experience. It's learning to live on their own and so forth. Now, so I think there's always going to be demand for campuses. Having said that, it's not obvious to me that a four-year degree needs to be 4 years on campus. Maybe you can get some of those experiences in a couple of years and spend a couple of years doing online work while getting some work experience. Or maybe you can spend 4 years getting an education from here, but it doesn't all have to be on campus. Some of it can be while you're overseas, and you can take study abroad to the next level and have the opportunity to really engage from all around the world. So it's definitely going to open up new opportunities and allow us to kind of disassemble this package. What I mean by that is, in the past, we said we're going to give you a residential experience, an undergraduate education, all of this stuff together, and it all has value. But different people may put different value on different pieces of it, and this might allow us to kind of decompose that and allow you to pick the pieces you want and put it together in a way that works for you.
Mm-hmm. I know that here in Australia, a lot of the tertiary educational institutions are attempting to combine sort of work experience in with the degree that you're doing. So when you've graduated, hey, I've also done an internship at a business if I'm doing a business degree, or if I'm doing a medical degree, I've done a couple of years of actually clinical work within hospitals, and I've got my MD. I know Sharif and Ankit have got some questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sharif.
Okay, I want to address a problem, and as well as I want a solution, because example, I'm from Bangladesh. When I work with the different corporation in Bangladesh, I saw there is a specific problem. Many top corporate people, Bangladesh needs to hire from outside their country. Maybe this is because of efficiency, knowledge, and maybe cultures. This is the things. But my question is that, if example, this online MBA, let's say Bangladesh corporates, different corporations, they introduce this online MBA with their executive, especially those who are involved with their job, like in the futures, like they can play like bigger roles, or they can working as a CEO or general manager for their company. What's your guideline? What do you want to explain your courses? Maybe we can find out the way that for how we can introduce different corporations and this MBA.
Yeah, absolutely. So we draw from a wide variety of backgrounds, both in terms of country of origin, but as well as industry and for that matter, occupation. We have a number of people that are coming in with business backgrounds from around the world, and they're viewing this degree as an opportunity to take their career up a notch, right? To move to that next level of leadership within the organization. And about half of our students so far have said that they have gotten promotions and so forth during the program, and many of them credit what they've learned in the program. What's nice about combining this work and education is you can take a concept that you've learned in class, go to work the very next day and immediately apply it. It not only makes the education seem real, but also adds value to the business that you're running. And an MBA degree is meant to essentially train people to become business executives, right? That's what it's about. That's why some work experience is valuable, because it allows you to put all this stuff into context. And so we're training you on leadership, We're training you on accounting and finance. We're training you on marketing and strategy, organizational behavior and the like. So it's actually a perfect path for somebody who wants to end up in the C-suite someday down the road.
Yeah.
So, good morning, Professor Brown, and I would like to know that, you know that around the world students are, learning right now through online education, and they're still struggling with the bandwidth and other tools to make sure that how they can sustain their studies. But also, do you think that we should have more teacher training programs so the teachers also learn how to teach online? Because there's a lot of gaps in between nowadays. Suddenly we had a pandemic and then everyone wants to be online and they don't know how to sustain and how to make sure that they utilize the best of the sources. And teachers are also not trained about that period. And also, secondly, what do you think about multilingual studies? Because MBA, when we talk about the global MBA program, it's all over English language. But do you think that we can add some more languages to it to make sure it looks globally and it can be offered to a lot of more people who doesn't understand English?
So I caught most of what you said. You broke up a little bit there, but in terms of there were a number of things that I think I heard. One was, to what extent can organizations like the University of Illinois, who do online education very well, kind of help educate educators in terms of how to do this stuff effectively? And I think we can. I mean, we have actually made a lot of our resources available so far primarily to other U.S. universities, other U.S. business schools. We've taken some of the material that we've created on how to teach effectively in Zoom, how to design a course for the online setting. We've made that available, and we're happy to make that available to institutions around the world, as well as K through 12 schools. They'd have to adapt it for their needs, but I do think there's an art and a skill to teaching in this setting, and it is different from what you do in a physical classroom. You've got to play to the strengths of what can be done well in each medium. So yeah, we'd be more than happy to serve as a resource on that. The second part of your question, you cut out a little bit, and I'm not sure I heard what you were getting at.
What I'm saying is that when we talk about online education, it's more about English language, and when you say online, that means you are trying to get people around the world. So is there any hope for multilingual MBA program for people who don't understand English?
It's a great question. We've had some discussions about whether we could adapt our program for other languages by having some of the instruction be done in the local language. We haven't done that yet, but I think it's something we could still consider. I have often said, though, that I really believe that we're just a couple of years away, if not less, from that issue no longer being as relevant because of all the technology that is coming out that allows simultaneous language translation. Right? We've already got earphones and headphones and apps for phones that allow you and I to have a conversation with each other in different languages and have it automatically in real time be translated by our device. And those technologies are only going to get better and better over the next couple of years. And so I think that question is going to become increasingly less relevant as technology allows us to do those kind of things. And I'm kind of banking on that being a very real possibility for us in the not too distant future.
Yeah, but the real question is, Jeff, though, that what I've seen is some universities are on top of the technology and they will use the translation programs, and some will lag the technology and they won't use the translation programs. And aren't we going to see a democratization of the universities out there? In other words, some of these universities, I call them laggers versus leaders. Some are going to be leaders and work with the technology, and some are going to be laggers and fall behind and maybe eventually just fall into obscurity because they don't embrace the technology. And so even though I believe, I'm with you, I think that what's going to happen is the technology is going to allow instant translation, if it doesn't already, so that you can speak in English and it'll be immediately translated to Hindi or Mandarin or a Malay, other languages with the person. I believe they're going to be able to do that. Some universities are going to adopt it, some will not, and they're going to lag the international community because they're just not going to they're not going to embrace the technology. And we've seen that they're just going to lag. Yes, Bill.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, in light of your point, Nick, I guess, Jeff, how do you differentiate it if you've got increased democratization amongst programs worldwide and it's available? People are then going to ask why one institution rather than another. Is that another challenge that you're thinking about currently, or?
Oh, sure, absolutely. I mean, it's part of brand identity and so forth. And there are a lot of ways that institutions can distinguish themselves. You know, we're very fortunate to be on a campus that's a comprehensive research institution. So we're, you know, we've got one of the best engineering schools in the country, Illinois' Granger College of Engineering. We're strong in a lot of fields. So the good news is we're going to be out front on the technology, to Nick's point. But to your point, yes, it is important for any program to be able to kind of distinguish itself and make it clear what it's good at, what it's training people to do. There are different ways to segment markets. Some will do it based on fields. They'll have a expertise in a particular industry or area. Some will do it based on the quality of the execution. Like they'll just deliver it better than others will. It's interesting, though, that so far there is still a strong, you know, despite the fact that we're a global program, there are still strong regional affinities. Yeah. So we still have a disproportionate number of students from Illinois in our online programs, and I think we'll see some of that as well. Even as the language translation technology gets better and better, there will be some people that still want to have it delivered in their native tongue because, you know, you have fewer mistakes in the translation. So there's going to be all kinds of ways to do it. I think, though, the issue that you're raising is that as it becomes a global competition, and any given school like ours is going to be able to meet the educational needs of a bigger and bigger and bigger audience, it's going to put pressure on small regional institutions that don't have the resources to differentiate themselves. Now, in most industries, we simply say that's part of creative disruption, and you have firms that can't hack it, they leave, right? And we may see some of that. We're already starting to see a little bit of consolidation in higher education in the US as a result of that, not nearly at the level one might expect, but I think there's going to be that pressure going forward as geography becomes less relevant than it has been in the past.
Yeah, and we're just at the hour, so I'm going to do some quick introductions. We have Bill Trezevant from Washington.
And I'm actually going to have to run, Nick, so thank you.
And that was Jeff Brown, who's the Dean of the University of Illinois Business School. Jeff, thanks for being here and updating us on the educational area. So we'll see you, Jeff. Thanks.
It's always good to see you all. Thanks so much.
Okay, great. All right, bye-bye. Okay. So that was Jeff Brown, the Dean of University of Illinois School of Business, that offers several global international business programs, such as his International MBA program and also International Masters of Science and Management. At the top of the hour, we do have Bill, top of the hour, our time. Okay, in Malaysian time, it's midnight. Okay, so anyway, at noon EST, we have Bill Trezevant, who's an attorney who also does Washington reports and American politics for IBM TV, Ankit Kandewar, who's in New Delhi, who actually does our medical show on Friday, but runs all the scheduling and programming for IBM TV out of New Delhi. Shakeel Latimer, who's a billion-dollar money manager in Liechtenstein and Singapore. I got to get it right, even though he lives in Sydney and Switzerland. But right now he's trapped in Sydney. Professor Beckett Cantley, who actually does taxation of captive insurance companies and some very sophisticated tax issues he runs. But we'll find out more if he runs them around the world or it's just domestic. Alexander Starr from Toronto, Canada, also formerly in Russia. And then we have Sharif, who's our PhD scholar in Malaysia. So let's see, we do have 3 Americans here because so we're still not outnumbered yet, Shakeel. You know, if I bow out. But Professor Cantley, let's talk to you since you just joined our group. What when it comes to captive insurance companies and doing tax transactions, how much do you work internationally and how much do you just do domestically in the United States?
Well, I actually don't put together captive insurance transactions. I work consulting with people who either have put them together or are trying to put them together correctly, but I don't serve as counsel to actually put them together or directly with clients. But the advisors that I work with are worldwide, and there are plenty of properly done foreign-based captive insurance companies being formed all the time. The problems, the issues of captives have nothing to do with where they're located.
Okay. Are the captives that you're seeing that are created, are they predominantly in the United States, or they're predominantly being formed elsewhere outside the United States?
Well, there are different kinds of captives, right? So the 831B captives that the IRS seems to have focused on pretty intently. Many of those are now done in the United States because the state jurisdictions caught up to foreign jurisdictions and being friendly enough to, kind of get things through and not be too laborious on maintenance. So most of those are in the United States these days. At least that's what I see. But a lot of the bigger, ones that the IRS doesn't have as much trouble with, that have proper risk distribution, et cetera. A lot of those are foreign.
Oh, really? Okay. Professor Cantley, do you still teach at John Marshall, or are you doing private practice?
Just like you at Northeastern. That's I went back into the majority of the time into private practice. I teach the one class at Northeastern, and I do a lot of writing.
Okay.
Published articles this semester.
Okay, so what class do you teach at Northeastern?
International taxation of outbound transactions. So international tax.
Okay, international tax outbound transactions. Okay,
right.
Totally different. Yeah, Shakeel.
Can I just ask a quick question? This may not be quite what you do, but in an environment where you've got pension funds struggling to kind of make a lot of money, we've got a very low interest rate environment. Years ago, we had whole of life insurance policies, and they've sort of fallen out of flavor. Is that something that you might expect to see a bit of a resurgence in interest from people, where perhaps instead of contributing to a pension fund, they can contribute some of that money into a whole of life insurance policy that has taxation benefits to them when they cash them in and ththings like that when they retire?
Are you talking about a domestic whole life policies, or are you talking about a wrapper, like international wrapper, where you have an international based policy that has the same corridor window use as a regular insurance policy, but has a more freedom of investment? That's what we used to see a lot of in the late 90s or early mid 2000s. Jurisdictions that created you have less state you don't have any state regulation that's kind of stopping you from investing in riskier kind of ventures, if you will, that have much higher returns generally than the more staid kind of stuff that whole life tends to, indexed funds and whatnot in the United States. I don't know which one you're talking about, but
probably a bit of both. I think wrappers are a bit more complex, and so therefore they're probably more the domain of more wealthy people. But whole of life insurance policies are more accessible to the everyday person, that doesn't have the sophisticated knowledge of the finance markets.
Yeah, well, sure, of course. If the whole life policy has been a staple of the U.S. economy for forever. I mean, the bond market lives off a lot of what the life insurance industry does. So, as we say, life insurance is baked into the cake of the U.S. economy, right? So I would see, I couldn't tell you. I guess whole life returns being more stable and the companies being more stable, maybe they will become more attractive to your average investor, or who wants the tax benefits of a life insurance policy as well. Sure.
Yeah, and you, okay, so you teach the outbound transactions. Can you explain to the audience basically what is an outbound transaction?
Okay, so generally speaking, we're talking about U.S. taxpayers or U.S. or entities that would be taxed inside the United States, but the earnings are done outside of the United States. So instead of trying to bring money into the U.S., you have money outside the U.S. being earned. And the issue is, are you a situs in the U.S.? If you're not a U.S., you're obviously not a U.S. resident. So are you are you a citizen, and then are you a corporate citizen, or do you do enough business in the United States to qualify as one of those? What tax treaties are involved so that if you make money in Singapore and you pay tax there and the United States, the one offset the other, and then there are a million different variations thereof based on the kind of entity structure people have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So would you say it would be favorable for U.S. taxpayers to actually form their entities outside of the United States today?
Well, okay. So as your prior guest just a minute ago alluded to, really wealthy taxpayers have some advantages for working offshore because you have some freedom of investment. You can get involved in a lot of different things that have money making opportunities that are more more limited in the United States based on regulation, et cetera. But there's a lot of compliance work that you have to do as a U.S. Citizen or resident who has an offshore entity, and the IRS is very unforgiving if you don't do it exactly right. So your reporting and whatnot, while anybody should do it. I mean, everybody should do it. It's very easy to do it, but if you don't do it, if you forget, if you don't do the exact amount of disclosure, whatnot, they have severe cliff-like penalties that they enforce. I mean, it's not like I screwed up on my S corporation filing, and I need to come back to it a year later, and can I get permission? Hey, you can't get permission afterwards. If you miss the deadline, you miss the deadline.
Yeah. So the correction methodology is really limited in terms of when you're dealing with foreign transactions. So it becomes more precise, because in pensions they have all these correction methodologies, very forgiving. But the thing is, you get outside that area, it looks like it's not forgiven.
Well, offshore. I mean,
when the minute you go offshore, all of a sudden, you're looked at totally different. Well, tell me why companies get involved in captive insurance companies. We know the Fortune 500, almost all of them have captive insurance companies, but why should other corporations, the smaller, the mid-sized corporations, why should they set up captive insurance companies?
Well, that's the question is, should you right now at all if you're in the 831B level, which is where you take a deduction, a couple $1 million, $2.2 million deduction at max for your premiums, and then so you have an ordinary deduction on the front end, and then presumably you have a high enough risk and a real enough risk that it's a valid use of your insurance, of the money for insurance, and you have proper risk distribution, et cetera. These are all trap doors. If you don't do correctly, then you're going to lose your deduction and maybe lose your policy as an insurance policy. But overseas, the ones you first were referencing, the big companies, they don't do 831Bs. They're doing a captive insurance company with risk distribution and risk shifting that there is no deduction for. So what the compliance issues that we're seeing out there for middle America and upper income America, that formerly where they were doing 831Bs for, there's a big tax incentive along with the need for some insurance. There's so much compliance work now where the IRS is coming down on promoters and just about every level of transactor in the 831B space. It's a reportable transaction, transaction of interest. It's something that everyone's got to disclose every year they do, and they probably going to have to pay an attorney or an accountant a whole lot of money to comply with it to start with. It's still viable though if you have a real risk. I mean, you're going to have to justify that risk and the premium, because what we had seen is people trying to justify multi-million-dollar deductions for things like terrorism insurance for a dentist in Kansas. You know what I mean? I mean, so that's not going to hold water, and it's going to get looked at. So you need to make sure that you have a real justifiable risk, some risk history, maybe a claims history potentially, and it can't be easily insured in the United States by traditional insurance methods.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if they're closing off the captive, making it more difficult, that's what I've seen happening. Professor Cantley, what do high-income taxpayers do? The last couple of weeks, I have seen, I guess, almost every client that's come by, half a dozen or so, all have million and multi-million dollar incomes, and we do a certain amount of work I can do in retirement plans, and afterwards I have no more, frankly, I have no more shelter for them. I hit it what they call a 415 limit, nothing else I can do. So what do high income taxpayers do today to help shelter their income from, in some states, increasing taxation?
There really isn't like some great master program for every taxpayer to look at once they've maxed out what they can do with retirement plans and the kind of stuff you do. Everything has, everything is risk cost benefit analysis as to how, what kind of deductions you can take in the business world, et cetera. There's no programmatic thing that's cuts across all parties. I see all kinds of different things. I'm sure you guys do too. I don't spend a whole lot of time looking at everything. We represent principally CPA firms and financial firms and family offices. Sometimes Fortune 500 companies, and we look at what they're looking to do most of the time. So, yeah, and I obviously I couldn't talk about what I look at for all of them. So,
right, yeah, because the thing is, there's some issues with confidentiality.
Exactly.
So you can't talk about that.
But transaction, I'll look at it.
Right, but taxes become pretty important because you can have a very profitable company, but then when you look at the tax rates here in the United States, all of a sudden 20, 30+% of your income going to taxes, but the effective rate can be dropped, some cases almost in half by these companies. And if they can't do captives, I'm trying to figure out, and we've maxed out the retirement plan, are they going to be forced into an area where they're just going to have to pay more increasing taxes here in the U.S.? Is that what we're going to see?
I think that the two things that people were doing in broadly, both been closed off by the IRS in great part. One was captives, the other was the conservation easement programs that were being done, the syndicated conservation easements. That became a listed transaction at just about the same time that captives became a transaction of interest, both with the heavy reporting and heavy penalty if you don't report requirements, and the fact that you have a pretty good chance that the IRS will take a look at you. So those are the only U.S.-wide broad-based programs that I saw for many years that would probably kind of fill that gap, and the IRS has done a pretty good job of closing them down.
Yeah.
So.
And are we going to start seeing flight capital or flight corporations? I actually had my first flight company. It actually is leaving the state of California and going to Texas. They're not going offshore. Sorry, guys. They're not going to India. They're going to Texas because Texas has no state income tax. California, they're looking to jump their state income tax to around 16, 17%. Are we going to start seeing a shift away from the great state of California, the world's fourth largest economy, because of their state taxation?
Well, yeah. Okay. So I was born in Georgia, but raised in Laguna Beach, California. So I'm a Californian, went to Berkeley, et cetera. And I haven't lived there for a decade for this very reason. I refuse to live anywhere that isn't tax-free at this point. We've lived in Nevada, Texas, and Florida, and keep a couple homes migrating back and forth between the two. I cannot tell you how many people are flooding into those states. It's a giant exodus. We're in the process right now of trying to move our Texas place migrate to a Florida place, and the cost of movers is exceptional trying to deal with either state. So, yeah.
It's interesting right now that you see a 16, 17% state tax rate in California on top of the federal rate. That's higher. Just the state tax in California is higher than what some countries charge in corporate taxes. Ireland and many of the other countries in the EU, for example, are charging as low as 12.5%. 15% is kind of standard. Singapore, I think, is around 15%. And you've got California putting 15+% on top of the federal rate. I can't see that being sustainable for companies that don't have
and then
to be
their
there.
executives, of course, are also subject to these, incredibly high real estate taxes and user fees and gas taxes. I mean, California hits you every way you can. What they've now been proposed is a retroactive wealth tax. Have you seen that?
I've seen that.
That's scary.
Nick, I mean, is that, I said this last week, is that constitutionally allowed?
Yeah.
Retrospectively charge taxes?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has ruled that unless it's a crime, unless you're talking about a criminal penalty, they're free to issue retroactive taxes. I don't understand I understand the constitutional theory as a lawyer, but the practicality and how a state can justify doing that to their people in general is just pretty far removed from my mindset. But yeah, they started this when I left 10 years ago. I had just received, this wasn't the reason I left, but it was indicative of it. I had just received a retroactive corporate fee, which I had opened a corporation in California a few years prior and closed it right away because I was going to buy some property. And so the thing was only open a couple months. And they were coming back years later to charge me a fee for having used the system to have a corporation years ago. And I was like, okay, this is going the wrong direction, guys. And now they're using the same philosophy to charge a wealth tax, the first of its kind in the United States, where they're actually going to hit just people who just have money, not earn money, have money, and then retroactively potentially apply it. So wealth taxes in theory as something to replace other types of taxation sounds kind of okay. The problem that you have is with implementation. How do you assess antiques, artwork, especially people who have got private companies? How do you assess the value of those companies? So I'm not sure how is California planning on even assessing what a person's wealth is.
Some of them are hard to value assets, Professor Cantley. Yeah. How do you value hard to value assets?
I mean, I can only do a comparison to estate taxes and just look at how we assess value for assets when they went in the transfer tax context. You'd be in with an analysis battle, a battle of experts, I guess, with the franchise tax board over the value of your art or your company, or if it's not public or anything else of excess value. Yeah, but I'll have to differ with you. I don't agree with wealth taxes are okay. I
didn't say they were okay. I didn't say they were okay. I said they sound good in theory. There's no way to have them in practicality. I mean, Switzerland, who actually does do that with lump sum taxation, what they do is they assess your net worth based on your lifestyle, and you can negotiate with them, and then they say, okay, this is how much you need to pay in tax. But if you just have like a blanket wealth tax, it should be applied to everybody. But then how do you ever assess what they're worth? And estate taxes, coming from Australia where we don't have them, estate taxes, I think, is just an absolute. I think that is so wrong to have inheritance or estate taxes as they have in the United States, and Canada tries to pretend they don't have them, but they do. So I think that's disgraceful.
Yeah.
Maybe it does become a bit of a problem. It also keeps attorneys fully employed doing valuation discount techniques to keep the estate tax down. But I think California, which right now is the fourth largest economy, with this new proposal, because right now they're the top marginal rate in the United States at 13.3% for individuals, and the proposal is to bring them up to 16.78% state tax for individuals. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to sustain that with a federal income tax rates as it is. Why would anyone stay in California? Except when we looked at the demographics for investments, they still have 40% of all startup money comes from just Silicon Valley alone. Another 10% from Los Angeles. So 50% of all venture funds are actually generated from the state of California. But would you organize and keep your business in the state of California, Professor Cantley?
No, yeah, I guess that the major tech companies are just so grounded there. I mean, it's uprooting them would be seemingly incredible. First of all, big PR nightmare, but second of all, the talent that they draw on and everybody's lives are centered around there, and the disruption when they're doing so well. It's the only thing that's keeping them. I know Hollywood is starting to migrate, so you're seeing more and more of the entertainment community moving to different states, different companies doing their work out of state all the time, and slowly it seems to be people migrating their residency. I mean, they almost have to fly in their cast now, right? Because they'd rather, if you're making $20 to $50 million a year in the entertainment industry, why would you live in California? Why wouldn't you have 51% of the time in Wyoming or Florida or wherever?
Yeah.
So, there's been a bit of a movement down to the Great Peach State, which I've been to several times. They've never actually had a peach, so something's gone wrong. But there's a bit of a movement there. There's some sort of a burgeoning entertainment industry and film industry down there in Georgia.
Oh yeah, Georgia's has had a great incentive program for quite some time, and there was actually a big second home burst in Tybee Island area near Savannah of movie stars and other entertainment folk buying homes there because they were doing so much work in Georgia. So yeah, Georgia. I mean, I lived at the Lowe's in Midtown there for a couple of years, and I'd be in the elevator with the gentleman that plays Captain America or the famous folks all the time because they would stay right there where the filming was being done. So yeah, there is a huge amount of film work being done in Georgia. Interestingly, it's Georgia and other states and Canada, of course, which has a huge amount of film work being done up there too, television and film work. They have what they do now. They use local crews. They'll have a group of individuals that can produce a television show or movie that have all the personnel you need beyond the top level people are on the ground there, work together all the time, and you just hire that whole outfit in that state. So they've adapted pretty well to working outside of California.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are we also, Ankit, seeing more filmmaking in India because of the cost structure? What's going on over in New Delhi in India when it comes to filmmaking? I know Holmes Stoner keeps saying LA has all the talent. LA is the place to be, but no, it's Henning Morales says that. Holmes Stoner doesn't say it. Henning Morales says it. But,
we have audience today, so they can't defend themselves. It's good.
They can't defend themselves. Okay, so I'll put words in their mouth. Even though Henning Morales, every time he gets on, he goes, "If you want to be successful in filming, you have to go to LA. Forget all this other stuff." But wait a minute, is that really true? And he's not here to defend himself, so I can say it. What about in Bollywood? Doesn't India have a robust filming industry over there?
Certainly. So, if you talk about the film industry, we are making like 500 movies every year, maybe more than that, and that too in like 50 different languages. And it's not just about Bollywood. We have regional industries as well where they make movies in different languages, and they are also equivalent to Bollywood. I mean, it's just that distribution is something which is more important, and why Hollywood is in demand, or why Hollywood people follow Hollywood movies, because of the language English, which is acceptable around the world. And that's why Hollywood get more distribution as compared to Hindi movies, which is restricted to a certain territory where people speak Hindi, or maybe they follow some regional languages. But if you compare the movie quality and all this stuff, we are at par with Hollywood. There is no doubt about that. And also, when you talk about the cost of thing, we are pretty low as compared to what Hollywood movies are, respective of the workforce and the talent we have in India. So I think Bollywood is doing tremendously fine. And the best part about Bollywood is most of our top budget movies, they are shoot outside India. So we are giving a lot of business opportunities to those countries, and those countries are having some kind of treaty with Bollywood, and those countries definitely invite us to shoot movies so that they can improvise their tourism as well. Because Indians are one of the top tourist people as well. They go around the world for tourism and other things as well. So industry is definitely growing, but because of the language, we are still little far behind from Hollywood. But we are taking a step. But important thing is that when you see a Hollywood movie in India, it releases in not in English but in multiple languages, and that's how Hollywood get a lot of business. So it's just about language. Play in the movie industry. Quality is up to the mark, and that's what we are doing right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
I think the thing that we've talked a lot about here is where the films are filmed, where the filming actually takes place. But of course, there's a lot of stuff that happens with post-production work, and obviously, studios like DreamWorks and Disney and places like that.
Yeah.
A lot of their stuff is very heavily reliant on computer technology, and I'm not sure that there's any real reason for a lot of that work to be done. Say in Hollywood, we see call centers being offshored into other countries where labor is a little bit cheaper, and I think you'll probably start to see a bit more of a shift towards that with post-production work as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and didn't like IBM have more employees over in India than they do in the United States? Mm-hmm. And haven't we seen a shift of the tech sector away from the United States and over to India, Ankit?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, IBM is one of the top employees are Indians, and they are based out of we have Pune, Hyderabad, Bombay, Bangalore. These are our tech cities. Also, including we have one of the mega cities in Gurgaon, which there are a lot of technologies and other companies coming up. And why? Because we have good workforce, we have talent, and then those talents are little inexpensive as compared to American people, and everyone wants to outsource. It's not suppose IBM, Facebook, Google, Amazon, they all have big offices in India, and because of, if you want to employ one American, you can have like 5 Indians doing the same budget. Mm-hmm. And then those people are equivalently talented. They know the language, which is English, and then they know their own local language, and it's easy to communicate. And we have a good bandwidth. It's not like Africa where we don't have a bandwidth, and we are at a time zone which matches with around the world. Everyone matches Indian time zone. So there are a lot of possibilities with India, and that's why we are having a great industry in technology. And that's why with technology, Bollywood also helps with that, because nowadays, if you want to do a production, it's all about technology. How we are running the IBM broadcast using technology around the world. So it's all about how you can sustain and how you can plan it well. And that's why, a lot of companies, they wanted to move to India now, because of the language, because of the inexpensive workforce, skilled workforce, and then they know their job, and then that's how Indians are around the world. In fact, on the other end, you'll find a lot of top Indians. They are the leaders of all the top companies. So that's also part of Indian brain drain, which is happening, and it's just the name of the game right now. And I think if you talk about technology, Indians are quite in control with technology and businesses, and it's everywhere. It's not just about US, but you can see Indians in UK, Africa, and Australia, and everywhere. So that's what's happening with the Indians.
Mm-hmm. I think India personally will be the real country to watch as it gets out of some of the issues that have held it back. Since it got its independence in '45, I think seeing them, because they've got a population somewhat similar in size to China. It's a very young population and very, very well educated. So I do think that they're going to be very interesting to see. The Chinese focus very much on manufacturing work. What you're seeing in India is they're actually focusing very much on professional services, and a lot of that stuff's being offshored. Accountants now who will have a front company in a Western country, but has a lot of the back office stuff done in India, where you've got people with the same sorts of qualifications at cheaper wages. It's very interesting to see how India displaces jobs elsewhere and how they grow, I think, over the next few decades.
Mm-hmm. And also that India is a democratic country as compared to China. So with democracy, everything is open. You can have all the news, everything is available for media. And we have like 500 news channels in India. So you won't miss the news, and you know what's happening in India. Just click of a button, and then once we have IBM TV India, launching next year, you'll have a lot of news from IBM as well.
And you still have currency controls. That's the only thing that holds you back, I think.
Oh well.
You can't beat that. But we've seen projections that India's GDP is going to grow at about 7% per year. But with COVID-19, is that still a valid projection, Ankit, or have they scaled that back a little bit because of COVID-19?
So as of now, there is a lot of discussion going on about the GDP and all the things. But I mean, a couple of days back, we got a news that GDP hit really hard, and then they are seeing that it's 20% down as of now. But I mean, government can have a manipulation of a lot of news and things going on. But I mean, if you talk about industry-wise, Mukesh Ambani, he was at 50th place before COVID, and now he's at 4th place around the world. So it's just a matter of time, I think. And then maybe once we have that vaccine coming up, we will still come back and hard the way we are working with the business. But the important part is that Indians are sentiment. So if we change the sentiments in India, things will be positive. Right now, because of the pandemic, things are negative and people are little concerned what's happening and all the things. But just a 6 months time, once we have good sentiments, and then everything will be fine.
Yes, Bill.
Yeah, I guess I have a question. Coming at it a little differently, how much of the uncertainty or the holding back of the economy would you ascribe to the ongoing disagreements between India and Pakistan, and given your current leadership who in India, who is generally conservative and has taken some provocative moves? I've always been confused about the nature of that conflict and how it's impacting India. So, Ankit?
See, you know that, I mean, when you talk about India and Pakistan, it's a situation or it's an issue which is happening since for 70 years. And it's a political issue. And that's why, I mean, people, when the politics changes and when the leaders changes, they again sit down and have to discuss and sort out a lot of issues. But you know that, I mean, when the issue is very thin, there is a lot of what you can say, outside world or outside influence, which they don't want us to solve that matter. Because if they solve that matter, it will be peace in India and Pakistan, and then they will grow as the way other countries are going. So they don't want us to solve that matter, and because of that, they want us political imbalance going on, and that's what I mean. I don't want to name anyone, but that's what is happening since 70 years. And you know, Pakistan issue is just one of these issues. We have issues around the corner of our borders because of something or the other, and maybe some outside support. But Pakistan is just like one of the states in India. India is a bigger country than Pakistan, so we have a lot of things to be done. I mean, apart from that issue, we can sort that out. But apart from that, there's a lot of growth factor and a lot of positivity going on, and that's what it is. And you won't believe, India and Pakistan have a lot of good trade as well. Pakistan and India have a good trade relation from past 70 years. And people-to-people contact is always there. It's just that political matter is not solving this issue. And I don't know what's happening, but there must be something at their level which is causing the delay. But hopefully, with the current government, and as you said, the government is not proactive. This government is one of the proactive governments in India. We have solved a lot of matters. I mean, with once we have Narendra Modi ji as our Prime Minister. And I think they are working on solving this issue. In fact, we have taken a big decision with our dispute with Pakistan at one of the states, Jammu and Kashmir. They have made the state as a union territory right now, and then they are paying a lot of things. I mean, there was no development from past 70s because of the political imbalance in that state. So now people are getting all the jobs. They are having the lifetime, and they got electricity and everything because it never happened because of those terrorists and other issues. But I think it's just a matter of time now, I think, and we are working towards new India. That's what the sentiment of India right now. It's just that COVID have keep everything slowed down and maybe at a bottle of neck, but things will definitely come back.
So you don't see that long simmering relationship.
I think that will be solved. Yeah. See, you know that. I mean, it's more about people don't want us to have a peaceful area of Southeast because we are one of the fastest growing economy, and then that's how, I mean, war is right now. When we talk about if there is a war or there is an imbalance, there's a lot of cyber wars going on. During the COVID, we have a lot of cyber attacks happening in and around the different countries, and that's what the nature of the beast right now is. I mean, it's not a direct war; it's an indirect war which is happening, and they don't want to control you, but they just wanted to disturb you so that half of your efforts will go to solve that issue, and then they will do their own work. So that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Speaking about COVID-19, Professor Cantley, how do you advise clients now because of COVID-19, and you work with family offices? This is a compound question. Can you explain to the attorneys all know that. Bill is also an attorney, so they all know objection compound question. Can you explain to our audience what a family office is?
Oh, okay. Well, they range. They're usually a small group of advisors that are in-house, if you will, to a particular family or families. It's basically a professional C-suite for a family that has enough money that they don't want a whole bunch of external counsel everywhere, but they're not big enough to have a company that has, a typical C-suite. And you'll have the in-house advisors for mainly financial matters are in one office.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then how do you advise these family offices during COVID-19?
Remotely.
Okay, all right. So it's everybody's solution.
They're still. I mean, we still work. My partner Jeff Dietrich and I still work nationwide. But yeah, we were already popping in and saying hi every once in a while to our key clients by air and working mostly by phone and Zoom, etc. And now we're 100%.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's all being done remotely. Yes, Ankit.
So I would like to ask Mr. Beckett that do you think that we should apply universally medical tax of 1% around the world, and that money will go to the infrastructure requirement? Because during the pandemic, we have realized that none of the countries are equipped with the medical situation, and they are not able to control the pandemic. I mean, they take a lot of time, and the infrastructure is still not there. So do you think we should have a medical tax, implanted 1% or whatever it is? I mean, something about medical tax we can do?
I'm a global tax.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to be the most tax friendly guy you're going to run into. So I wouldn't be. I wouldn't advocate a global tax for anything. I can see countries putting their resources together to share in the burden. But I would think that would be by without a forced global tax. Yeah, I'm not for that. Sorry.
I finally have some backup on my team about taxing the rich. Is a good idea. I'm so glad. Thank Professor Cantley, please hang around. Can I just actually ask you, Ankit, we talked about taxes before we started talking about India. There was a couple of things that's happened in recent times in India where the Prime Minister, I believe, demonetized a lot of the bigger notes and the bigger currency denomination notes. And there's been some talk about them lifting currency controls. I actually don't know an awful lot about Indian taxation in the first place, but I know that a lot of transactions are cash-based anyway, so it's very difficult to kind of collect from 1.3 billion people. Just like trying to get the traffic under control over there, you've got no chance. What's the story with taxes in India, and do you think that's an efficient system?
You're talking to me. I'm talking to say. I was hoping somebody else was had that directed at him. Thank you.
So basically, Indian tax is, they're trying to ease the tax system because there are a lot of complications and other things going around. But once we have GST, which is general-based tax throughout the territory, things have been changed. We are collecting more taxes than ever, but still we need to have more tax policies and implementation. And then that's already planned, but they are just taking one step at a time. And then important part is not tax collection, but important part is how to utilize the tax and set up different policies and things for government. And then accountability is more important because you can collect money, but you have to give that money back to the economy in different ways. And that's what we are working on and planning to have different things. In fact, Indian government with one of our top states, they have trying to create a tax haven which is bigger than Luxembourg. And then they're inviting a lot of companies from different countries to be a part of that zone so that they can create different industry-specific economic zones. So a lot of things going on, but that we're a developing country and we are still working on a lot of factors. And our political leadership changes after every 5 years. So there's a lot of, convention and things to be done. But we are taking our chances and, doing our best what we can do at this point of time.
So, Professor Kelly, if I could ask you a question, which I asked to some of the other people that are on the show. Obviously, I don't want to have to pay any more taxes than I have to pay, and I obviously get quite frustrated if I think the government's wasting my hard-earned dollars. But I do acknowledge that the government needs to have some revenue. And how do they raise it? What do you think would be a fairer tax system in the United States and in Western countries for us to have if progressive taxation is not it?
I don't have a problem with progressive, the kind of modified progressive taxation we have right now. I really don't. I don't think it's unfair. I think that a flat tax system would be wonderful, for a lot of people that I represent. I don't know if it's the best thing for the country as a whole. Our problems, of course, in the United States come from spending, right? Not from taxation. I think that the issues, if the government could just get control over, which that's if pigs could fly, right? If they could get control over its spending, then we would a lower version of the marginal tax system we have now would be a little bit better, because we'd have obviously the less money that comes out of the system to taxes, the more money there is for private equity to build, fund and build businesses, the more risks people can take, and in the economy, and that's how we get innovation and growth. So
I have to sharply differ with you on the progressive taxation. I personally think it's very unfair and it's punitive. We obviously have similar systems here in Australia. I think it's wrong. I do agree with you on the government spending thing. That always needs to be watched. But yeah, progressive taxation, I just think it can become very, very punitive. And you have a situation where you don't have particularly wide and particularly broad tax base. You end up having a situation, I think last time I looked at the IRS statistics in the US, you've got something like the top 50% of taxpayers paying 97% of federal income tax, and you've got the bottom 50% paying 3%. That doesn't sound like a very good idea, because you end up with a top-heavy taxation system, and that means top-heavy income streams.
Okay, I'm with you there. All right, so I thought we were looking at the entire system in general, like whether you have progressive versus flat tax or something like that, right? Or user tax or something like that. In the progressive system we have right now, yeah, they have balanced it where, I don't know, last time I saw at least 50% of the tax-paying population, or supposedly tax-paying, isn't paying tax, right? So they're not, and that's bad for a whole number of reasons, not just unfairness. It's also that they have no vested interest in what the government spends, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's not their money being spent. So, and I think that's probably by design, right? To make it so that the government is freer and freer and freer. They only have a select group of people that they have to answer to. As long as the very largest taxpayers are getting what they're looking for, they don't get a whole lot of discontent. But I agree with you. Disenfranchising the bottom.
But wait a minute, my conservative friends. Okay, we have another problem.
Are you conservative? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, you're conservative, Shakeel. You and Beckett. I mean, you guys spend way too much time with your family office 1%ers. Yeah. Okay, you got to ditch these people because you're listening to the Kool-Aid. Yeah, listen to this Kool-Aid for a minute. Okay, let's look at wealth equality. Okay, because I've heard this argument. Well, we pay more tax than anybody else. Of course you do. You own 50% of the bananas, you top 1%ers. And that's what's happening here in the United States. It used to not be that way. We have 1% of the United States owns 50% of all the assets, and maybe 60% of all the financial assets.
That's right.
We have an incredibly skewed system where the 1% own bloody half and more of everything. And of course, they're going to pay half the taxes. They own half of everything. The bottom 1%, 50% that you're talking about own nothing. They're stone cold, bloody.
Firstly, you have a situation where the top 1% of income earners, I'm rounding slightly, the top 1% of income earners, according to the IRS in the United States, earned 20% of the national income and paid 40% of the national taxes, of the federal
Yeah,
taxes.
but also, Shakeel, they own 50% of all the financial assets.
Hang on just a moment. Let me respond to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Just quickly. Let me respond to you. You know, I come across this argument. I've even had a few people in my family, and I love what my family say to me. They say, "Oh, but you know, just because you've made so much money," and they talk about not having dynastic wealth and all those sorts of things. You know, I don't come from a very wealthy family. We you know, my mother migrated to Australia at 18 years of age from Fiji, where we were a poor farming family, and within a generation, I've been able to get some success. So you're going to penalise me because I've been successful? For what? And for whom? And are we saying then that having a high tax rate is going to actually help? You talk about wealth inequality. Of course there's inequality. That's always going to happen. We should certainly make sure that there's a minimum standard of life that we provide to people. But to say that we should just take from the rich and give to the poor, this is not a fairy tale. This is real life. And I don't think you should punish wealthy people, because then wealthy people, or people who think they are going to be successful like me, are going to say to countries like Australia, I'm sick of your regulations. I'm going to move somewhere where I'm treated better. And then we get accused of being unpatriotic. We get accused of, oh, look, you know, you just want to hoard all your wealth. No, one, I want to be able to actually make the money by not having to put up with ridiculous draconian regulations. And two, after I've made it, can I keep some of it for myself? Like, you really want more than half? A little unfair.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying the thing is the system should be skewed completely in the other direction, but somewhere along the line, we have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. How come the average American can't get a hold of $400 bloody? Okay, there's a problem. Now, the solution doesn't necessarily have to be taxation is the solution always. But somewhere along the line, we have to acknowledge, maybe it's by education. How can the average American not get a hold of $400 bloody bucks?
But Nick, let's say that everything you've just said is true, and I have no reason to doubt that. It's not that the rich cause that. The rich are not responsible for the deprivations of the poor. It's not their fault that they're poor. And the thing is, when we talk about the top 1%, a lot of things are said by other people on our show where they say, you know, that the top 1%'s income has tripled and their assets have tripled and all of that. Yeah. But the top 1% isn't just, there isn't just this group of people and they're the top 1% and that's it. People move in and out of that group all the time.
Right.
You know, people move up and down and sideways and all sorts of things.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's why maybe we should, you know, go with the top 5%. But I think what you're missing here, Shakeel, is that when you talk, at least as I hear you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about an individual that has earned the money within the course of their lifetime. And you see that as the total population of the upper percent. I'll use upper percent because I think we ought to talk more broadly in terms of what they own in the United States. But the top 1% also has the inherited wealth. So they may earn only 20% on any given year of the total amount of earnings that year. But that has that is no relationship to the amount of wealth that they have that they still control. So they may earn only 20%, but then they still have the assets and the inherited wealth, which they control, which is why the bottom half can't scrape together $400. And it's systemic. So, no, I mean, so when you say, you know, because I find it kind of funny, you are essentially making the argument that we should sit here and agree that the top 1% are victims.
Well,
or potential victims. They can't live in California anymore.
I mean, you want to talk about?
I was about to get my violins out for the top 1%.
I mean, LL.M's Rich Lives Matter. I mean, you know.
No, actually, absolutely. Because if you want to talk about a minority of people who are constantly attacked and protested against everything, it's the minority who, by definition, are minority. They're 1% of the population. The other 99% of the population gang up on them and say, "Oh, you're these horrible people." Now, let me ask you this. So I've got, you know, this big pile of money in this huge big estate, and I've got all these stuff. You cannot legally come to my house and just take my stuff because you've decided to, but you're going to use the rules of democracy to get government to do something that you individually wouldn't be able to do, which is taking my hard-earned money and my hard-earned property. Where's the justification?
No, and I'll explain to you the justification because it's quite clear on my end, and that is this: that and I mean this lovingly, Shakeel.
He's lovingly going to take your money, Shakeel. Think about that one. Big bear hug, baby.
I know. I mean,
a Fiji bear hug.
Yeah.
I'm getting love from Washington. I'm worried. I'm really worried.
You should be. He's from Washington, D.C., so it's a different attitude. Yeah, go on.
But wait, except Shakeel, you and the rest of your colleagues in the 1% of the top percent country club hire people like Nick and our esteemed guest professor to hide all of your assets and to influence and to hire lobbyists to stick loopholes in the tax structure, such that when you go, I mean, the reason why we have deductions is because of tax avoidance plans, and that's a legitimate, planning, financial planning course of action. So when you simplify it to say, I'm just coming to your front gate, I say, oh well, I can't get in, so I'm going to go to my city councilman, and I have my city councilman take your wealth. Well, you've already been to the city councilman, who's allowed you to keep your wealth and hide everything else. So I don't see how it's different.
Well, why should I not be allowed to keep my wealth? It's mine. I earned it. I mean, this is the big problem. I know that people are probably thinking we're talking about the extremes of the rich and the poor. This is obviously a big problem for the middle class as well, because the middle class are forced to choose between something that might help them a little bit at the cost of what they might earn later if they vote for it. Most people want to move up. And so the middle class are like, if we vote for this now, it'll help us right now, but when we try to move up, we're going to get screwed by the thing we just voted for. Personally, I think what you need is a simpler tax code, so you don't have all of these loopholes. It doesn't make any sense. What's the tax code in the US? 70,000 pages long, and that's just at the federal level.
Well,
I mean, you need a tax code as long as that. I mean, I know we want to keep all these stuff, but really, 70,000 pages of tax code? That's ridiculous. Of course, there's going to be loopholes put into that, and that's what. If you have a look at even the wealthiest people, right? People like Bill Gates, who's just totally shocked that he's got so much money and wants to pay more in tax. Warren Buffett, who thinks he should be paying more in tax. Jeff Bezos, who wants to be paying more in tax. And all the other billionaires that just really want to pay more in tax. And all the Hollywood actors and actresses who say, look, rich people should pay more while they go and incorporate themselves and get deductions. But they really the tax is the problem, right? Those really wealthy people. They all also say the same thing. They all generally say we should have a simpler tax system that is more broadly based and applies to everybody. So,
well, yeah, they all say that, but then behind the scenes, you're given different marching orders.
That's exactly right.
I'm sorry to say. And unfortunately, for 37 years of my life, all I've done is work with either high net worth people or high income people. Lately, more high income, because the high net worth, they basically got rid of the estate tax for most people, or mitigated it. But they all have the same marching orders. But the funny thing about this, Shakeel, first of all, I found these people to be really nice people to work with, number one. Number two, every one of them was financially astute and tax astute, every bloody one of them. Here's what I found about poor people. Some are nice, some are not. And none of them were financially astute, and none of them were tax astute. So I see a big education gap really between the wealthy 1% and the rest of the people. The rest of the people are almost clueless as to how to accumulate wealth, how to invest wealth, how to make wealth. I mean, they're totally clueless. And so you may not have to really tax the upper 1% or so, but what you need to do is somehow get into our education system a more robust financial education system, which we really don't have. I mean, Beckett, when I teach retirement plans, which I think should be 101 taught in high school or middle school at Northeastern, these students come to me after they're college graduates with CPAs, and they don't have a clue how our basic retirement system works. I mean, don't you see a little bit of a problem there, that we have this big discrepancy in financial education in the United States?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, they used to teach home ec, right? I don't know if they still do, but you learn how to sew and learn how to do the basic fundamentals of certain household tasks. Today, if you're not saving, putting money aside and planning for the future, you're digging your own grave.
Yeah.
And that it would be really nice to see people have some kind of education at a base level to at least to spark an inquiry where they might try to learn more.
Yeah. And Shakeel, how did you come across this education in finances? Somewhere along the lines, you didn't magically say, okay, I'm just going to manage $1 billion worth of assets. Somewhere along the line, you got financial education. Get that financial education.
I actually learned it on the job, and to be honest with you, I went to public schools and private schools in Australia, and I was going to a private boys' school, and I had a crush on a girl, and decided to talk my mum into letting me go to a public school. So I went to this public school to go and hang out with this girl, and there wasn't really much of a good story there, but I really loved seeing all the floor traders. It just seemed like something that was really exciting. There's bits of paper flying everywhere and all of that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, when I turned 16, 17, the open outcry pits in Australia closed. And when I turned like 21, 22, the ones in the UK closed. And so to this day, I've actually never been on a trading floor. But in amongst my pursuit of trying to do this thing that seemed really exciting and fun, I just learned a little bit about finance. And, I got some qualifications at tertiary level and things like that, and then just worked my way up and worked my way through. And, some natural talent, some skill, and some luck actually is what got me there. But I want to address that issue though, because I still talk to some people I went to high school with, and we were decidedly kind of middle class in how we were brought up, and I think that the middle class today is struggling, and it's one thing to focus on the discrepancy between the very rich and the very poor. There's always going to be a very rich and a very poor, no matter what kind of society you have, and even if you have a look at communist or socialist countries like the USSR was, and countries like that, you still see some people that are enormously wealthy compared to the very, very poor. But we should have countries where most people are middle class and most people are comfortable. And I think that the middle class are getting squeezed harder and harder. And that's a problem, because they're getting squeezed harder and harder financially. 30, 40 years ago, it was quite common, and prior to that, it was quite common for the father to be at work, mum to be at home. Now, I know that we have more gender equality, and that's a good thing. But one of the things that you're seeing today is that you actually need 2 incomes to raise a family, whereas before you didn't need that. Now you do. People can't afford, middle-class kids who graduate out of college in the United States, and kids here in Australia that graduate out of university that don't have the same sort of student debts as you guys have in the United States, who can't afford to live close to the city. It'd be almost impossible, I would say, for somebody who is in their young 20s, early 20s, to to start a family and live anywhere close to Sydney City. You wouldn't be able to afford to do it. So there's something that's happening that we're seeing. The middle class is being squeezed financially, and they're also not, in my opinion, getting a very good education, because statistics came out fairly recently showing that this generation that we have now, graduating out of high school, have lower results in English, in the science subjects, in maths, and those types of subjects. They're not just their parents had, but that their grandparents had. And we didn't even see that during World War II. So clearly our education system is failing our kids, and our financial system and economic system and taxation system is failing our middle class. And around the world, I put the blame of that mostly on the government, mostly on bad leadership. And that's not a bipartisan thing. That's not that one party did this and the other party did something else. The whole leadership of our countries is to blame for failing results.
Okay, do you see that in Australia as well as the United States? Because you described to me the United States of America. Yeah. Is this what's happening in Australia?
Absolutely. I mean, we don't have the same sort of student debt issue that you guys have, because we have essentially a government program. It does need to be repaid, but it's not paid with interest and that sort of stuff. The government sort of funds it, you pay it back through your taxes if you've got a university degree. But you're absolutely, I mean, if you talk about, say Sydney, if you were trying to live anywhere sort of close to Sydney City where you're probably going to work, you're looking at a couple of $1 million to buy a property. Who in their 20s is able to do that? Right. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing kids that are living with their parents until they're in their 30s, trying to save up a deposit, just a deposit, to put down for a house. So that's something that's problematic. The other thing that is unique, I think, amongst Western countries in your country as opposed to ours is your healthcare system. I'm not sure exactly how to fix your system. It's too complex, and I can't get into the intricacies of it because I'm not American, so I don't really understand it. We have a mixed system here where you can have private health insurance, but you don't have to. Medicare is a universal healthcare system. We've had that since the 80s, so I've never known anything different. And yeah, New Zealand has a similar sort of thing. So, I think that those are the sorts of things that put a lot of pressure on middle-class Americans that you don't see elsewhere. But in my personal opinion, the thing that you need to do is you really need to empower and give tools to the middle class. Now, we'll talk about India for a moment. India, in my opinion, has got the most potential out of most countries because they have a very well-educated workforce and they're very young. These are people that are, below 30 or 35, I think. And Ankit, you'll have to correct me if my numbers are slightly wrong here. But I think they've got something like 500 million people under 35 who are really well educated. They've got MBAs and have got university degrees and that sort of stuff. What we're seeing in our countries is that our countries are falling behind. Now, Australia's been very lucky because we're a mineral exporting country, but the cost of that has been our manufacturing sector has pretty much been decimated. The United States is a funny it's a funny country because you've got really great talent and a lot of wealth in places like California and Silicon Valley. And on your coastal regions, you do have a lot of professional people. In your more urban regions and rural regions and places like Detroit, where you should have a great flourishing manufacturing sector, those places have been shut down. And those people that live there, I think it's very difficult for them to kind of get out of there. And education certainly has to be something that's made accessible to them, because if you don't do that, you're going to end up having what most third world countries have. You're going to have the super rich and the super poor, and nobody in the middle, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and that's what I think they're going to have to do. But I agree with you totally that we need to do is revamp our education system, especially K through 12. It always boggles my mind that I get graduate students that for the first time are learning about retirement plans, and they didn't study it in middle school, and they didn't study it in elementary school. They didn't study finance, in other words. And these are graduate students at Northeastern, really bright people too. I don't know, Beckett, if you got the same students I do, but these people are really sharp.
Very sharp.
They're really sharp. They do their work. Obviously had high GMAT scores. Great people at Northeastern. And then I talked to them about what I consider to be basic retirement plans, and they're completely lost. And I'm going, well, did you ever take it when you were in high school? No, it's not offered. How about college? Nope. And it's just amazing how financially illiterate the people are in the United States. And speaking about financial literate, we do have a financial literate person who has just joined us, John Power, CPA from Bismarck, North Dakota. John, welcome to the show. We got to turn your mic on.
Nick, I got to check out.
Okay, and Beckett's going to thank you, Beckett, for joining us. Hopefully we'll be able to see you in the future.
Here's my back.
Thank you very much.
He's left me on my own.
Okay, right. Okay, now, Shakeel, you're on your own, so you're going to get hammered. But not really, because John, who's a CPA in Bismarck, will probably follow more along the lines of the, the conservative nature of taxation. Because usually if you're a CPA, I guess his marching orders isn't from his clients. Can you figure out the most taxes that I can pay? Right, John?
Yes,
John, would you say your clients are fiscally conservative, or they go, tax the bejeevers out of me, I don't care? How do your clients feel? And you work all throughout the whole United States.
Right. Pretty much the opposite of what you just said. They want to pay as little as they can.
Right. Yes, exactly. So the thing is, if they saw a wealth tax coming, where they're going to tax on all their wealth, would your clients jump up for joy, and they can't wait till that takes place?
No, I can't imagine that. Though, of course, it's always the devil's in the details. If something like that, for example, was coordinated with a reduction in tax rates, which nobody thinks is going to happen, there might be some support for that. But if it's just an additional tax, just like we anticipate the exemption for estate taxes is, good chance that's going to go down after the election, depending on who wins, of course. But no, that in general, that would not be received very well.
Yeah. Now we've seen the state of California. We mentioned they have the world's 4th largest economy, bigger than Great Britain. But here's the big but coming. They're looking to increase their state income tax to 16.78%. Are we going to see a flight from California? By the way, speaking of which, Shakeel, we're bringing friends on now. Blake Christian has just joined us. He's a tax partner with Holthouse, Carlin, and Van Tryke. I hope I got that right, which has about 500 to 700 CPAs and tax professionals out of Long Beach, California. But Blake was very smart. He escaped California. He now lives in Utah. Okay, and John Powers, also a CPA who never went to California, I think, and lives in Bismarck, North Dakota. And I've seen for the first time people fleeing the state of California. John, are your clients looking to leave the state of California if they go up to nearly a 16% state income tax plus the federal tax?
I think that's going to be certainly a possibility. New York, for example, has already been seeing that. The northeastern states have been seeing kind of a flight to Florida, as they've gone through the same thing, after the 2017 Tax Act, when there was a cap on state and local deduction for state and local taxes, that accelerated that, because at least before that you could rationalize that, yeah, I'm paying outrageous state taxes, but at least I get a federal deduction for it, and now you're not. So I think that's going to accelerate, absolutely.
Blake, have you seen that? Because I know your headquarters of your CPA firm was in Long Beach, California, and the last couple of weeks I've been meeting clients with multi-million-dollar incomes, some with corporations, and a lot of them for the first time leaving California. I've never seen them. I've seen people talk about, but I'm seeing them doing it. To go to the great state of Texas. They're not going to Utah. Sorry. Are you seeing
actually a lot of them are coming here?
Are you seeing in your practice people leaving California?
Absolutely. I had a client. I probably had five calls. In the last 2 weeks. California residents. One of my clients, 200 million net worth, and he's just like, I'm done. They've pushed me to the limit, and is looking at either Texas or Nevada. And I've got three calls scheduled this week on the subject. So it takes a lot of pre-planning on these very high net worth individuals, so that California can't, get into their pockets after they've moved. And they've got this wealth tax on the books right now, or a proposal that they'll chase you for 10 years, even if you move. So it's really quite disgusting what they're doing.
Yeah, in other words, the thing is they'll go back and get you because you used to live there. And I think in the United States, they even have the same thing here. If you leave the United States, you have to be outside the United States for at least 10 years, where they actually capture you back in terms of federal estate tax. So apparently, California, they love you so much that you have a 10-year look back, and they come back and they tax you. So
like a stalking law.
Yeah, it's a stalking law, right? And from what I understand, that California actually upheld that law. Is that correct? The state of California says, "Hey, that's okay."
Well, it's just a proposal at this point. I can't imagine the Supreme Court would agree with it. It's extremely harsh.
Right. Yeah, because they're going back. But isn't a 16% state tax in addition to federal tax, isn't that pretty draconian? I mean, at that point in time, I would consider moving my operations somewhere else, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. 13.3 is what they're sitting on right now, and that hasn't been enough to push some people out. They like the beaches, they like the weather, but with everything else going on, the lockdown, the social unrest there, and then you pile on another, up to 16%. I think those graduated rates start kicking in after 5 million of taxable income. Whereas the 13.3 is at $1 million of taxable income, but still, it's harsh. And what a lot of people don't realize, probably the most offensive thing in the California tax law is there is no beneficial capital gain rate. So when you go public with your IT company, you are paying 13.3% on capital gains. I mean, it's insane.
Really? Plus the federal.
Yeah.
So, Bill, I assume, based on what you said before, that you don't agree with me that we should tax the rich actually more, and California's got a great system. So, I take it then, in my other role as the president of the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Council, we deal with a lot of countries that are emerging economies. So, what I should really be going and advising governments and like poor places of the world like Africa and some of the Pacific Islands and things like that, I should say to them, what you need to do is you need to raise your taxes and increase regulations, because that's how you're going to help yourself pull yourself out of the situation you're in. We should say to Ankit, what are they doing? They're lowering regulations in India. This is a terrible idea. Lowering regulations, making the tax code easier to understand, that's really bad. What you should have is a complex, complicated, convoluted tax system that nobody understands, including the lawyers and judges, and an ever-increasing tax burden on the rich. That would be a good idea for India and every other country, right?
Ankit, would you like to go first while I take a deep breath?
Well, the thing is, our correspondent Bill Trezevant from Washington D.C., who's also an attorney, wants to respond to the our now conservative bench that just arrived.
No.
This is what it looks like to have Shakeel, John, and Blake all on the bench, and our other side's getting pushed out. Yeah, so you can go ahead and respond. You can be the voice of the wilderness here.
Well, at least the environment has friends. Look, it seems to me at a certain level that you're focusing in on the incremental bad actors. So California is a bad actor, but Utah isn't, and North Dakota isn't, and Florida isn't, and Texas isn't. And so it's really easy, Shakeel, to pick the worst one out of the entire bunch, and everybody knows California is the left coast. And look, I love the left coast. I spent my formative years, grammar school and high school in San Francisco, and I'm not unmindful of the beaches. But you cannot necessarily cite them to say that they are the norm for the rest of the United States. Now, while I will maintain the argument that the top 1% should bear more, only because they're also avoiding more of the taxes through the tax loopholes, and that perhaps just to take that argument to the end, and that would be that the reason we have the problem with the tax code and it being 70,000 pages or so is because of your colleagues in the 1% country club that have caused that kind of tax code. That having been said, you have a tax code in the U.S. that's bought and paid for by the very people that are complaining about it. Now, on the other hand, it seems to me that the rest of the United States is, in varying degrees, is mindful of business communities in the sense that they want to generate wealth, and there's in-state fighting. So, for example, the company that is moving from California isn't moving offshore; they're just moving to Texas because it's a more favorable client. In the past, the examples have always been that people will incorporate in Delaware and/or move to Florida to avoid those taxes. So it's not that what is occurring with a retroactive wealth tax and attaching a ball and chain to your leg for the next 10 years, which I find absolutely horrific personally, it's not that is widespread across the United States. Now, counterbalancing that, if I can for a moment put this into context, the reason we pay taxes and that we have our government is so that we can take care of those other things that I, as an individual, let's say I'm in, a top tax bracket, don't want to worry about it. I want to be safe. I want to make sure that somebody is looking after somebody, the people that, for whatever reason, aren't there, so that there's a safety net, so that those people don't end up showing up at your house and robbing you. And so, at some point, there's a balance, and so it's a tax to say. Actually, Shakeel, try it this way. When you go out to a restaurant and you leave a tip, and you know what a tip stands for? It's an acronym. It stands for to ensure proper service. If you think of your taxes as a tip to the United States government, that is to ensure law and order and safety so that your garden at that big, beautiful, lovely house that you have is safe. So think of it as a tip.
Let me
I'm going to go down. Gentlemen, I hand it over to you, and I will take my lumps.
Okay, we'll wait for the flames to be thrown.
Let me respond to that, Bill. So firstly, you may not know this, but we actually don't really tip in Australia because we actually do have minimum wages that are reasonably high. And so a person who's a mechanic goes to a restaurant, he's not going to tip somebody who earns the same amount of money that he does.
Let me get straight. You don't want to pay taxes, and you don't even tip.
No, I didn't say
it's called Australia, mate.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I don't tip. I'm just saying it's not actually part of our culture as it is in Canada and the United States. Okay. So I actually have to get used to that. Australians are sometimes considered in the US to be a little bit stingy. It's just because we're not used to it. We don't actually know. I've actually asked my friends like, oh, how much of a tip am I supposed to leave? I have absolutely no idea because it's something that's sort of a foreign concept to us over here. But I just want to talk about some of the issues that we are seeing when we look at politics that are happening in America, things like defund the police. Well, if I'm so rich, do I care if you defund the police? I can afford my own. I can get my own security and all that sort of stuff. I do believe that we should have taxation to pay for some things, but there are some things that you look at the government spending money on and go, I actually don't want my money spent on that particular thing. And when you have a situation where you're trying to run things by democratic rule, of course, the majority are going to gang up on the minority of wealthy people and say, we want a new park and you should pay for it. And that's okay. Maybe we should have to contribute a little bit more. That's fine, but it has to be proportional. Why should we be paying all of it and the people that want to have it aren't paying anything for it? That is why I'm saying that the tax system in most countries that I've seen is really unfair. I'm not saying that we should have no taxes. I'm just saying that the tax system is an unfair one. And even in the Middle East, where they talk about taxes being at 0% in many of the countries in the Middle East, that's not entirely true. If you have a look at the UAE, for example, yeah, their personal income tax rates are at 0%. But if you're in the oil game, your tax rate's at 50%. So they actually tax their mineral resources that are being exported. That's how they raise their revenue. If you look at a place like Monaco, okay, people go, oh, Monaco is a tax-free place. Well, Monaco is really expensive for a start. Secondly, they have like a 20% sales tax on just about everything that you buy, with some exceptions, but just about everything that you buy, you have to pay tax on there. So it's not as though you shouldn't pay tax at all. I'm not suggesting that, but I don't think having punitive taxes, especially taxes, around 50% or more, I don't think that's fair, especially if the reason for it is let's redistribute wealth. What do you mean redistribute wealth? You're going to take from me and give it to somebody else? For what reason?
Okay, well, let me ask this question. John Blake, clearly Shakeel and I are going down divergent paths. Is there any hope of space between him and I in terms of taxes from your point of view?
Well, let me first say in response to your comments, and I understand that California is a little bit extreme, but a lot of other states look to them and follow suit. And there are a whole lot of other states right now because of the COVID impact that are looking at state level wealth tax and increasing income tax. And this whole trend to socialism is ripe for further gouging the wealthy. And this quote I'm going to give you, I think, is misattributed to Abraham Lincoln, but I think captures what we're talking about. You cannot lift the wage earner by pulling down the wage payer. And I can tell you, because I talk to clients every day about this, and a lot of them are just like, hey, I'm going to just shutter my business. At some point, it's diminishing returns, and it's I'm going to just shut down my business and take all my marbles and enjoy life instead of creating new jobs and new products and things. And so that's what you're going to end up seeing, without a doubt. And I'm getting a lot of calls for people, worried about the election, saying, what countries should I go to?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I was going to ask because I noticed that your CPA firm, you guys expanded into Park City, but also you expanded into Austin, Texas, and you've been moving away from California. How has the growth been in Austin, Texas, and in Salt Lake? Have you seen a growth because of exodus out of California? Because I'm starting to see that.
Well, our other growing office is in Phoenix, and so it really hasn't been a driver of being pushed out of California because of taxes. And I also want to say regulation. Business owners are more offended by the regulation in California than the tax rates. It's like, let us do our business, and you can tax us whatever you want, but lift the regulation. They will. That's definitely a trade-off. But most of it, including me being in Park City, was more of a lifestyle issue. I did see some of this coming, what we're experiencing in California. So I was glad to get out of there 7 years ago. But a lot of it's lifestyle that people have moved, and they don't want to be in a high cost, highly regulated area like California. I grew up there. It was absolutely paradise in the 60s and 70s, but not so nice now.
Well, the 80s as well, which is when I was there. But sorry, Nick, because we still haven't heard from John.
The old saying is taxes are the price we pay for a civilized society, and I think in general most people accept that. When we start comparing state by state, there's a state needs a certain amount of money to provide the services that it wants to provide for its citizens, and you'll have various things. South Dakota, for example, does not have a state income tax, but they tend to have higher sales tax and higher real estate taxes than North Dakota. North Dakota, we also have the oil production taxes when at least when we're producing oil. So we have a kind of a multi-legged stool, which is one of the reasons why our income tax rates have tended to be relatively low. But I think in general, most people are okay paying some level of tax for the reasons that you just mentioned. We want certain services. We as a society have decided there are certain services. Now, as Shakeel said, I hear many people from time to say, well, I don't want my taxes to go do this. I'm okay paying for that. And that's, of course, very difficult to do. I think you can't administer a system where I'm going to my tax. I don't want my taxes to go pay for armed forces, but I'm okay paying for Medicare or vice versa, or whatever. That doesn't work. So that's part of what makes the system so complex, is that it's not just a revenue thing, but we're also trying to make social change, and when you're using a tax code to try to make social changes, it just adds that much more to the complexity and the cost of compliance.
Yeah. I'm just going to do some quick introductions. I'm getting some feedback here. Just a minute. Let me see if I can stop it. Good, we did. All right. So just some quick introductions. We have Shakeel Latimer, who's in Sydney, Australia, who runs $1 billion plus money management firm in Singapore and Liechtenstein, from Perth, Australia, even though he's trapped there because I think he lives over in Switzerland, but he's trapped because of COVID-19. Bill Trezevant, who's an attorney who heads up our American politics and is our Washington, D.C. White House correspondent, lives in Washington, D.C. Just joined us, was a stalwart person from Los Angeles, Holmes Stoner, chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce, who, even though the taxes are going up, he isn't budging yet. Blake Christian, who's actually is a managing tax partner at HCVT, one of the largest CPA firms in the state of California, and frankly, one of the largest CPA firms in the United States, with offices in Long Beach, Park City, Phoenix, Austin, Texas. And then we have John Power, who's a CPA in Bismarck, North Dakota, who also operates a national tax practice. But I want to zero on homes because tax rates, it looks like they're going up in California, 16.7%. But it sounds to me you're not going to budge. You're going to stay in California.
I'm really, really happy. I'm really, really happy they're leaving. More for me.
Okay, more for you. But the thing is,
the beach. There are too many people in the restaurants, too many people at the beaches, too many people downtown, too many people on the freeway. This is going to make it livable again. Thank God.
Okay.
You're celebrating the fact that the middle class are leaving California. So it's just the rich and the homeless. That's a good thing. I have, by the way,
that's a good thing.
It'll be the rich and the homeless. That'll be up in California.
I am now the face, apparently, of Anglo-Saxon conservatism. So I'm quite pleased with that.
No. You're appreciated, Shakeel. You're appreciated.
Yeah. Well, we now have a more balanced bench, if that would make any sense, Shakeel. Because all of a sudden, until Holmes came on, we were leaning right here between you, Blake, and John. So now we're back to more of a balanced bench here about this
back to the People's Republic of California.
Yeah, the People's Republic of California, right. Well, our socialist guy, he emailed me, he's burned out, so Jim isn't going to be here today. And our other socialist guy, he was supposed to be here, is David K. Johnson, but he hasn't arrived yet. Maybe when he saw the bench moving way to the right, he decided not to jump into this fray here.
You're the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and Business Council, and I, as you saw last week, actually have to put suits on and go to meetings sometimes as the president. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Bill. If raising taxes is such a great idea and having more and more regulations that businesses find impossible to actually adhere to, if that's such a good idea, should we go as the Chamber of Commerce to government leaders that we talk to in countries that have emerging economies and say to them, look, if you want to be a success, like California is the most successful state in the union, all you've got to do to really be successful is increase regulations, stifle business, and increase taxes to punitive levels. This would be a really good thing for your country. What do you think, Mr. Chairman?
There's got to be a good reason that we're the fifth largest economy on the planet.
Oh, you're the fourth. You've moved up, actually. But is that business model sustainable, Holmes? I mean, I'm not sure if it's sustainable because
as long as people are, you don't know this, but the leading economic quotient of our state of California is agriculture, and as long as we produce 4 to 5 times more food than anybody else does, that's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah, but at some point in time,
we grow more cotton. We grow more cotton in the state of California than they grow in China.
And do the farmers in California, those rural areas of farm, the rural farming areas, do they vote Republican or Democrat normally?
Hell, I don't know what they vote. I'm not a politician. I don't know what they vote.
Have a look at that. They tend to be against paying high taxation.
But Holmes didn't. I just read over the weekend that they also shut off like 80% of the water supply in the Central Valley.
Because they were overusing. They were abusing the water that they were given. They were abusing it.
Isn't that going to be problematic for crop growth?
Not really. Not really. We grow more rice here than they grow in the rest of the world. Even Vietnam, we grow more rice than they do. We grow more. Yep. And we have water issues, which is a very prevalent thing here in California because not because of the agriculture, but because of the earthquake. The earthquakes are a problem here, and that's one reason we have high taxes is because of the fact that we have to have everything retrofitted. We have to have even our bridges and our highways retrofitted. Nobody else has to do that like we do. Somebody's got to pay for that.
That's why
or a bullet train.
That's why you've retrofitted taxes as well, to make up the retrofitting of the buildings. I've got it now.
Well, what they want to do, what Holmes wants them to do is leave, and then we're going to tax you anyway, so they'll bring the money back in even though that you've left. So
we don't often a
Perfect system for them.
Somebody's got to pay for paradise. Somebody's got to pay for paradise, buddy. Okay, it doesn't come for free.
With him going out of North Carolina, first class with American Airlines, and he was asking me, he was explaining to me why I should move to California, and I'm like, you're not actually serious.
Well, the thing is, this way you can make a donation, Shakeel, to the
when
great
he came
state
to
of California.
California, he loved it.
You recommend
He came to California and he loved it.
Blake,
You know.
you're a CPA. I'm a foreign investor. Would you recommend California as the number one stop for me to look at to set up business operations in the United States?
I am not a CPA. These gentlemen aren't CPAs.
I used to do a lot of economic development for the state of California, including going to Japan to represent them. And, now I spend time bringing people to Utah.
Yeah, but by the way, Blake, it's driven up the real estate prices in Utah.
Right.
As we were looking to buy buildings, I was telling Max, I said, look, to buy a building for a company right now, the pricing is just like way high. But guess what? It doesn't seem like it's going to go down because all the people in California keep moving over to Utah and Texas and driving up the real estate prices. So I don't see where. But Utah doesn't have near the tax and regulation structure as the great state of California. I see the California orange eventually would be squeezed out because, it has a lot of capital, but sooner or later, capital can't take that hit that they want to propose. Don't you see that, Blake?
I agree. And but again, regulation is the death nail going on right there, even more than the taxes. I have to sign off, but I would encourage Holmes. Why don't you mention Prop 15 that would override Prop 13 on property taxes for businesses? I think that's going to be a tough one to deal with too. So sorry, I've got to sign off.
All right, Blake. Yeah, thanks for coming. Hopefully, we'll see you again. All right, take care. Bye.
Well, Prop 15 hasn't passed yet, so it has to be passed.
Oh, really? I don't even know. I don't know what it is. All I know is that the land of fruit and nuts is what it is over in California. Now on a more mundane.
That's what my Army sergeant used to call me.
Really? Fruit and nuts.
The hippie from the land of fruits and nuts. Okay.
Land of fruit and nuts. I mean, the thing is, I've never understood California. I go there often. We do more business anywhere else in the state of California, but I can never understand the state. The real estate prices are high, the taxes are high, everything says no, no, no. And so I never lived there. I lived in Seattle, I lived in North Carolina, Florida, but Georgia even, but California, are you kidding me? I mean, the thing is, it just this doesn't make any sense. But what does make sense is this International Peace Day. Apparently there's International Peace Day coming up on September 21st. Holmes, can you tell?
It's 18th through the 21st. It's 3 days.
18th through the 21st. Okay, when I looked on the internet, it said official date by the United Nations is September 21st. Tell us a little bit
about. That's the culmination. That's the last day.
Really? So it goes 18th to the 21st. Tell us a little bit about International Peace Day. What does that do?
Every year, we have 12 presidents around the world. Every year, a different president hosts the Peace Festival. And that's to try to get all of the countries that we have in our portfolio to all agree to take these 3 days, share cultures, share the good things about their country and their culture, and share them with everyone else so everyone can understand each other, communicate properly, and try to make a little bit of better world. And we've been doing it for 30 years.
Okay, but that's between the countries. What about within the country? Because I don't know if there's animosity between countries, but inside the country, like inside the great United States of America, it seems to me that we have a lot of internal strife that needs a little bit of a National Peace Day. Wouldn't you agree that we're having a little bit of internal strifes here in the USA?
Yeah, this is a little complicated here because of the recent developments of the I don't know what you would call it. You would call it class war. You could call it racial division. You could call it the class distinction. I don't know what you want to call it, but this train isn't rolling. Everybody that has looked at this train as being the aggregator, the role model, the thing that everyone else wants to be, is not moving. It's internally it's split in half and not doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, which gets me to International Peace Day. Does it cover domestic as well as international issues? Because I see a lot that's domestic. For example, even in Belarus.
We're the International Chamber of Commerce. We're not the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Okay. We're the International Chamber of Commerce. Our job here, our agenda, and Shakeel is our president of our board of advisors. So he'll tell you as well. Our agenda is to get this motor running properly on all cylinders. And if there's a place or if there's a destination that doesn't fit the mold, then we try to get them up to speed. But the United States is right now the weakest link in the chain because it's not moving ahead. Mm-hmm. It's stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
The wheels are spinning and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. And the thing is, yes, Bill.
Oh no, I was going to ask Holmes. Then what do you see as the tool or the path to unlocking the machine and getting it to its full potential, or greasing the wheels, if anything? What comes to mind from your?
First of all, there has to be an agenda that everybody agrees on, and then everybody works on it together. There doesn't seem to be that right now.
Would that for you include a stimulus program, from the federal government?
That would be a something. Well, I'm not really a government person. And the predicate of what we do is to empower small business, not medium sized, not large, not international, but small business, which employs about 68% of the world, to try to get them to connect so that they can all grow exponentially together. When you have an agenda where that works, you'll see the economies jump, okay? Because when you take the young people who are entrepreneurs starting their own businesses and trying to make a success of their lives, the economies show incredible growth. When you basically take the top and push down, and you start seeing the small businesses collapse like we're seeing right now, there is no growth. There is no engine to make this thing go, because 68% of the people are afraid even losing their jobs when 40 million people in this country have already lost their jobs. So you can't drive a car on three wheels. It needs that extra wheel, and that's pretty much where we're at. We need to have an agenda where small business is the driving force of all this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like we have that agenda right now. Yes.
Sorry, I think the advantage that we have as well, being part of the Chamber of Commerce, is that we do sit down and talk to small businesses. But we have people within the organisation like myself who are used to dealing with much bigger businesses, and you can actually sit there and see where they have flaws and where they have issues. And oftentimes it's things like they're not actually aware of how much stock they have on hand at any given time. Especially, with the so-called mum and dad businesses that have got 3 or 4 employees. It's very, very hard for them to sort of run that business as efficiently as, say, a larger corporation will. And Bill, to your question, when we talk about what should government do, this is just my opinion. The Supreme Court justices, most of them have said they are so far removed from society that they don't actually see what's really going on, down at the street level. I remember years ago when Obama and Mitt Romney were talking, they were having one of their debates, and they were talking about what's going to attract the international community. And I wasn't in Australia at the time, I was in another country, but I was with Australians, and we were gobsmacked, and we ended up just laughing because they had no idea what it was that we wanted. I actually think it would be really helpful for government to actually talk to people and to get a little bit more of an understanding of a wide range of people, not just people in their own constituency or people that belong to their party, but a wide range of people to find out what is actually going to help them, rather than them trying to do things in Washington, which is disconnected from the rest of the country. And I say the same thing here in Australia with our politicians in Canberra.
Okay.
That's been the challenge, I think, for our country for so many years, and we've certainly seen it. Hopefully, reached its zenith now, and it doesn't get worse. But everybody seems to be screaming, "Listen to me," and that's fair. But the flip side of that is that then I have to be willing to listen to you. And that's what we don't do. That's what our politicians don't do. That's why they can't. I mean, they can barely agree, pass a law that says today is Monday. There's just such chaos. And going to what Shakeel said, that's the kind of conversations that we have to be willing to have, and for politicians to listen to their constituents, and not just the one who's screaming the loudest, but to all of them, so that then we can develop an agenda as a country that's ultimately going to be based on some compromise. That's what our system is, and it's just so dysfunctional right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's created a lot of problems now. For Economics Monday, what are we going to do because of International Peace Day? It's going to disrupt our Economics Monday on the September 18th, because we're going to bring programming in on International Peace Day. What should our business leaders and our leaders do on International Peace Day? What is their involvement on International Peace Day? Holmes, how do you see the business leaders involved?
Well, I think that I would defer over there to Shakeel. I think Shakeel would have a better idea about that.
There we go. I'll pass the buck right over to Shakeel. Okay, mate. What should our business economics do?
So you see how the employees get treated. What should businesses do? Is that
that's the question. What should businesses do for International Peace Day?
You mean in the context of IBM, or just as a general?
Or IBM TV, or as in general, yes. Because when I saw this International Peace Day, all I saw was it's going to displace Economics Monday. So we're going to have all our programming on International Peace Day. Then I have to go to my business leaders and say, we're going to do International Peace Day for businesses, and you need to be involved because fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. You'll have to give me some time to think about that. I might defer this one back to the chairman.
Hey, are you guys congressmen or something? You just keep moving it back and forth. Maybe Bill has an idea.
No, I do have an idea, but I just have to mark this point in our conversation. I think for our worldwide audience, we've just established that Shakeel is an unrepentant capitalist with no moral sense of social responsibility for peace day. When somebody says, hey, what can businesses do? You could say, hey, we can turn off the lights at least. You said, I mean, we didn't even get to, I'll recycle paper. I mean.
How does turning lights off make it more peaceful? It looks like we're in North Korea. There's no lights. I mean, I'm not sure that makes it more peaceful.
Well, you could light a candle and meditate on those areas of your soul that,
I'm not sure that the businesses we represent, that I can convince 500,000 small businesses to say, look, on International Peace Day, all your workers are going to come in and light candles.
You're absolutely right. I was being facetious. You're absolutely right. But I just wanted to make the point that you didn't have one single possible idea.
Yeah, but the thing is, in all due respect, until the other day, I never even heard of World Peace Day. I didn't even hear of it, because in the business world, it's not really a big conversation In other words, I'm sorry, international peace may be a great utopian idea, but in my tax practice, my pension practice, my clients don't come in and say, hey, you know, we're going to celebrate international peace today. They're looking to retire. They're looking to set up business structures. They're looking to fund pensions. But
well, we do. We have been over the last 30 years. We have been focused on a few events that will tie everybody together. Our whole thing here is we're an international business. We're an international association of small businesses. We basically our agenda is to promote small business. Whatever we need to do to get more small businesses involved means that we have to get their attention. To get their attention, we need to get them to participate in different kinds of events. So this was one of the first events, because our first was to celebrate the end of the 10,000-day war in Vietnam. So I was living in Vietnam at the time. It sounded like a good idea, so we did it from Peace Park in Hanoi. We did the World Peace Festival from there. And it's been going on ever since. But we do we do the World Sustainable Congress. We do the Asia International Film Festival. We do a lot of different local events, regional events. But these events draw these small companies in to participate. Yeah. And these things are on our calendar, and that's why I presented them to you as an idea, as for this channel to generate a lot more interest from all around the world to these agenda of these things that we promote, because it generates traffic. It generates a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
From
well, also I don't see, Holmes, in all due respect, I don't get much opposition when I say, hey, we're going to be IBM TV sponsoring International Peace Day. I don't get somebody saying, no, you should be at war. So we don't get much opposition. But okay. In other words, politically, it seems to be pretty cool. But at the same time, most business people don't think an International Peace Day is a meaningful concept, except this. War is generally bad for business. Conflicts are generally bad for business. The United States, I think, developed.
If you're in war-torn area, otherwise it's quite good for business.
Oh yeah, right. If you're in a war-torn area, I don't see how Syria did well off war. I just don't get it. And the United States did really well in World War I, World War II, because we weren't really involved in it. Yeah, we sent people overseas, but our cities weren't bombed, and we weren't fighting. So one thing I see for business, it seems to me, in the economy, war is not good. Peace is good for business. That's what my general inclination would be. But in terms of other than that, and other than the fact that if you say, hey, we're sponsoring World Peace Day, you never get pushback. Hey, boy, that's a bad thing.
Yeah. I'm for war. Ankit.
I think this is a very interesting point, though, because it's relatively easy to get businesses to kind of support something, especially if it's something that's good. And this is the big problem with the left and the right of politics at the moment. It's the left seems to think that they have exclusive domain. And I'm not just talking about in your country, especially in my own. They have exclusive domain about issues of gender equality and equality in general, issues like the environment, all of those sorts of things. But there's not like a whole heap of businesses out there going, no, like, what are you talking about? We really want to destroy the world. That's what we stand for.
Right.
No. There's
not a heap of
Portland. Apparently in Portland, and
we don't want to have equality between the genders. We want women to be back in the kitchen, cooking eggs. I mean, this is not what's happening. So there's no counter argument to this. Because we want to go to the same place. It's just how we get there. Some people think the government's going to do a good job of it. I don't think the government's done a good job of anything ever in the history of governments.
Okay, we'll talk to our government representative, Bill Trezevant. Now that you've been totally dished, and Washington, D.C. should sink into the sewer where it came from, off the Potomac. What about this? The government has never done anything good, and you have a whole city based on it.
Well, I find that interesting. It's a larger topic because you can obviously get into subsidies that formed the foundations for all the companies that Shakeel loves. But more importantly, when we talk about the European Union, You wouldn't have had the European Union unless you had the rescue plan from the United States after World War II. And just to point out, the United States, after World War II, fixed the economies of Japan and Europe, not to mention your home nation of the UK. And so in that regard, for better or worse, the United States actually did something. And when the war was over, we simply left because we believe in peace, just like Peace Day. That's what American government has done so far. And the American government has always stepped in as the lender of last resort to stave off any of the major economic shocks to the system. And we've done so, sometimes with fanfare, most of the time without credit. But that's what we've done as American taxpayers. So at least in that regard, the American government has got it right. So it can't be all bleak, can it, Shakeel?
Well, if you're talking about international relations, maybe I'm interested that the US is responsible for the great advances in the Japanese economy, and not somebody like, for example, Milton Friedman, who advised them about how to not.
That came simply from the axiom that we broke it, we own it. So we broke them, and so we owned it. But we fixed it. I'm listening, Shakeel.
No, that's okay. Look, we talk about things like that. I think the argument that, hey, we the Allied forces went in there and did all that. You're saying the Americans did it. I think there was a few other countries like Canada and the United Kingdom and, Australia, who's fought in every war that you've ever had since our federation, except for when you attacked Canada. So I don't think it was just just saying. Just saying.
Okay. Well, listen, Australia is one of our most valued partners, obviously. So I'm not gonna, say anything that would destroy that relationship or in any way, shape, or form upset it. I will say, however, that this is a compromise and a path towards the future. Can we agree that the recoveries of Europe and Japan, essentially the rest of the world's economy, was American-led?
Well, I don't know the history of World War II well enough to say that.
We won. That's why Nick has a TV station network.
I'm aware that Poland won, yes, but technically speaking, it was Poland and Germany that were in the World War, so like Poland won. I am aware of that, so congratulations to Poland. But no, look, I am aware that the Allied forces won, and of course that was a good thing, and we had a more peaceful world than what we had before that. That's definitely a positive thing. The economic effect, look, I don't know enough about World War II and its effects on Europe to comment on it, but I'm not going to disagree with you. But I think more crucial to my point is when we are looking at trying to fix issues, like, for example, when we're trying to fix the issues of renewable energy, I can't see that government is going to do that better than private enterprise. Now, yeah, maybe you can make the argument for subsidizing it. Maybe, I'm not sure. But certainly that you might be able to make that argument. But the idea that government's just going to do it themselves, I think that's a terrible idea. Even when AOC came out with her Green New Deal, and it's going to be like $100 trillion. To be honest, that's a little bit misleading when they say that, because that's actually infrastructure that belongs to the country. So, it's not like there's just going to be this exorbitant cost. But even if you were to go down that path, which I don't think you would, why would you have government roll that out? Of course, it'll cost $100 trillion if government does it. It'll probably only cost 10 or 15 if private enterprise does it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the thing is, that's because, as we well know and have been stipulated, that democracy is inefficient relative to dictatorship. Corporations are more efficient because they're more dictatorial than democracies. Democracies and government is very inefficient. People have to vote, they have to agree, they don't agree, then they overspend. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Dictatorships can also be very efficient at doing bad things like killing heaps of people.
That's true. That's true.
Well, no, we have a. Sorry, go ahead, Shakeel.
But when people say that Trump is a dictator, like, what? He's a free market capitalist dictator? Does that exist? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a paradox, I must admit. Right,
Shakeel, I think that we have an example currently in terms of how we've approached it here in the United States, which is what we refer to as you know, a public-private partnership. And the most striking example of that is Elon Musk and SpaceX. With the government set the goal, provided some of the resources and the incentives, and then we partnered with private sector, both I believe Boeing as well in independent areas. So they each had their own program setting it up in order to return the United States to space and perhaps beyond. Wouldn't that be a model that you could agree with some form of partnership on big issues between the central government and the private sector?
On some things like building roads and infrastructure, perhaps.
Okay.
On other things, no. SpaceX, no, because I don't see the sense. It's like when people ask for free university or free college education in the United States, or even here in Australia. Educating the population is important, and I think you need to be able to have some sort of system that enables anybody, regardless of their economic background, to be able to get access to tertiary education. That's going to improve the country, absolutely. But not everybody wants to go on to tertiary education. Some people, and especially now because so many kids have got university degrees, in Australia, for example, we're seeing a lot of people that are now going into trades because there's a shortage of tradespeople here. And so I'm not sure that I can see the justification in saying to a 21-year-old kid who's just finished their 4-year apprenticeship and are a mechanic or a boilermaker or whatever they're doing, okay, you've got to pay tax for this other 21-year-old kid who's going to go through university, and that kid's one day going to be your boss and is going to earn more than you. That doesn't seem to me to be a fair system. And okay, with the SpaceX thing, if I just very quickly finish with the SpaceX thing, I actually think that's going to be a great benefit to people if they're able to pull that off. But how do you justify saying there's all these people who are really poor, who are homeless, et cetera, and we're going to go spend billions of dollars on SpaceX? And by the way, I'm the one who has to pay the taxes, but I don't get to say until you fix these other issues, until you fix the medical system, until you fix those issues, you're not going to spend billions of dollars of my money on this sort of research.
I would actually concur with.
So I could agree with
I
you.
actually concur with Shakeel on this issue, but for different reasons. Here's the reason I concur with Shakeel. I don't want to make Elon Musk any richer than he is. And to have my taxpayer dollar go to Elon Musk, to me, is pathetic. And so the things for that reason, which is different, I'm sure, than Shakeel's reason, I concur with him. I don't think we should fund SpaceX. If they want to play around with space, do so, but don't make Elon Musk richer and Boeing richer because of it, because they're using my taxpayer dollars to go fund Elon Musk multi-billion-dollar dream. Forget it.
So then, if I understand you correctly, Nick and Shakeel, you concurred in his decision. That is such a lawyer.
I know it's a concur, but you're right for a different reason.
For the panel,
I mean, it's not surprising because Nick has admitted to practice law in front of the Supreme Court.
That's true.
I've gotten it at that point. However, if I understand your collective positions, then with emerging technologies like the green technology field, whatever that may end up being, commonly we think about wind turbines and solar panels. You're suggesting that the government shouldn't in any way attempt to form public-private partnerships to explore these new areas, which may or could have a potential or be a potential area for job growth in the near future.
Well, if there is another alternative, and there is really, but the real problem is, which Shakeel would probably agree with me, concurring on this one too. It's the regulation. Have you seen what they've done down in Florida? Okay, solar power should be everywhere if private industry was allowed to do solar power. But guess what? They're not. You know why? Because of the regulations. And who does these regulations? It's the power industry, like Florida Power and Gas. They come in and they stop people from actually doing solar power.
They get
so what
fined. They fine people.
They fine people.
Florida,
so
they give them a fine.
If they did allow seriously free economics, which they don't allow in Florida, where I'm from, by the way, then we would have solar power everywhere. But bill, that's not what they're doing. They have laws and regulations that stop it. Now they're saying, well, we're going to have to create a government partnership. You wouldn't need that. The businesses would come in and actually install solar power if it wasn't for these bloody regulations that stop them from actually doing solar power. So unfortunately, you have a system that I think is not even understood, at least this has been my experience, by the people that are making the rules, usually in Washington, D.C., your city. And I've had to come up there many times to talk to our senators and congressmen to explain to them, I say, guys, you really don't know what's going on in the area that you're regulating. And they don't. I mean, that's one of the big problems. So in that case, I would defer the rest of I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Shakeel Latimer from Australia.
I found out the other day that if I actually became an American citizen and didn't renounce my other citizenships, I could actually run for your Congress. I could actually be a politician there.
Yeah, you could, but you can't.
Oh, that's great. Great.
Which is because if I was here in Australia, if I come back to Australia to live here, where I was born, I'm actually not allowed to run for politics here. So given that Arnold Schwarzenegger was once the governor for California and a Republican, I was thinking about giving it a go. Holmes, what do you think? I've got a chance.
Yeah, well.
I would be an immigrant. I'm not white. Like, it's perfect. That should be enough. You
could win, and because of that, and you could give it a go, and because of that, we have to go because we're at the hour. So I do want to thank Shakeel Latimer from Australia, Ankit from New Delhi, Holmes Stoner from the Socialist Republic of California, and of course, Bill Trezevant, our Washington, D.C. correspondent, and everybody from listening around the world on Economics Monday. We will see you next week.